Good afternoon, Councilmember Shahal. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Nora. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Took me a bit to get on. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call this joint meeting of the City Council Authorities Concurrent and Santa Clara Stadium Authority meeting. So I'm going to call it to order. Roll call, please, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Park.
Here.
Councilmember Becker.
Here.
Let the record reflect that Councilmember Sudds, or Vice Mayor Jane is absent today, and Councilmember Hardy is absent as well, and Mayor Gilmore.
Here. Thank you.
Do we have to make a motion to excuse their absences?
I don't know if we do it here in the regular meeting, Assistant City Clerk. Do we do it? When do we do this?
You could do it now if you'd like.
Okay.
There should be 2 memos that we prepared internally.
Yes. I'll make a motion to excuse Councilmember Hardy and Councilmember Sudds Jane from today's meeting.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Moment. Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes 5 with 2 absent. So the next item we have is public comment. Is there any member of the public that would like to comment on any of our closed session items? I don't see any. Assistant City Clerk, do you see any?
I don't see any hands and I do not have any written comment.
Okay, thank you. So we will now adjourn to closed session and we will be back in open session for our joint council and stadium authority meeting at 7 p.m. Thank you. We'll see you back then. Okay, just 1 second here. Thought I was ready. Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority meeting. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all. Thank you.
Thank you. Please speak again.
Madam Mayor, may I read the announcements?
Yes, please.
AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening as registered lobbyists and speaking in that capacity, please, you are required to identify yourselves as such and disclose the clients and or organizations that you are representing at any meeting held with city officials or at public meetings pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, City Clerk. Hold on, my thing went out. Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your home. Members of the public can join via the link and or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. So let's move on to the council agenda. First, we have reports of action taken in closed session. Assistant City Attorney. Do we have any actions taken?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. The council took no reportable action in closed session.
Okay, thank you for that. Next, we have continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. I'm only going to do one thing, and that is to move public presentations right before the consent calendar. We have members of the public that need to be early into their jobs. So I'm going to move that forward. Councilmember Becker?
Yeah, I'd like to move item number 8 up as well.
Which item is 8?
Action on a written petition by Anna Vargas Smith.
Okay, let's do that right after consent. Okay, at least get the consent. All right, thank you. Okay, thank you. Staff, anything on that? Is our agenda still the same? City manager?
I have no continuances or any other special items. Every item under the general hearing is a matter of timeliness for continuity of services.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. All right. That leads us to our first special order of business. We have the recruitment process for the city attorney. And with us this evening, we have Valerie Phillips of Bob Murray and Associates to give us an informational item on the city attorney recruitment process. So Valerie, I hope you're teed up and on the right side of the Zoom and ready to go.
Good evening, everyone. It's nice
There
to
you
see you.
Yes, great. Wonderful. It worked. Yes.
It did. Thank you.
Welcome.
Yes, Nora's been very helpful, so thank you to her. Nice to see all of you this evening. Really, my goal for this evening, and we sent you kind of a very brief kind of packet that just summarized the process, the timeline, which is a draft timeline. There's some flexibility in there. It really is. I tend to be a little more aggressive where search can be 14 weeks. I think we put 16 weeks for this, just dependent on everybody's calendars and when we can get things scheduled. But it's just me kind of walking through the process, but really starting off, I've met with each one of you individually and kind of have a summary of that. And we have a PowerPoint that I think we can bring up.
Okay, we got that.
Okay, perfect. So next slide, please. So again, informational presentation. You guys can ask me some questions about the process, the timeline, kind of my short summary of the ideal candidate, which is the feedback that I received from my one-on-one meetings with each of the council members about a week and a half ago. So I put it in a bullet format. You'll see that on the next slide. And it really is just, it isn't listing everybody's ideal candidate. It's merely taking the consensus of what I heard from all of you as a group, what you kind of had in common of what you were looking for, the soft skills. This does not get into the technical portion of really the job description, but more of the ideal candidate and what I need when I'm getting out there, calling and reaching out to folks. So the short summary, we'll see that next, and then the typical recruitment will lay that out. So here's the ideal candidate. I met with each one of you individually, some of you 30 minutes, some of you 45 to 60 minutes, just to discuss, you know, a little bit about yourself, a little bit about the city, which I think is a phenomenal city because I'm from the area, and then what you're looking for in your next city attorney. And this was really more, we didn't really get into the technical piece of the job description, but really more of the soft skills of what you're looking for. And if we, you know, I can read down the list, you know, strong leader, that all of you had mentioned talking about a strong leader who was, you know, ethical, team builder, driven, loyal. So if you can want to look down that list of the different things that I heard from you, a lot of this is going to go into the brochure the PDF that we put together and on our website. But this is just a really helpful kind of list of the ideal candidate of what you're looking for when I'm calling folks, because I'm going to be conducting a lot of outreach, a lot of phone calls, placing ads and all that kind of good stuff. But this list is really important because when people call me, people know what a city attorney does and people know the city of Santa Clara. I'll go through a lot of the technical pieces based on the job description and they'll have access to that. But it's really like, what is the council looking for? And this is a lot of that list of what you guys gave me when I met with each of you individually. Next slide, please. So I guess I should ask if anybody had any questions about that list.
Why don't you go through the whole thing, Valerie, and then
Okay.
each of our council member will have a chance to ask questions. That's sort of
Okay, great. So
okay,
let me go through the draft timeline. And this was really kind of we used this template when we gave you guys our proposal for this recruitment. So not much has changed from that. But if you look at the kickoff meetings, I held that with each of you. Those were considered kickoff meetings about a week and a half ago when I met with you, each one of you individually. And then we put together this kind of draft timeline based on the kickoff meetings. And usually from the moment we kick off a search to the moment at the very end when the candidate starts is typically 16 weeks. There might be some moments in there where we can shave off a week or two, but it's really going to be dependent on schedules. The one area where I'm not going to rush, where you see where it says, you know, approve the ads and circulate ads running for 5 weeks. If you look a couple lines down, we absolutely need to run the ads for 5 weeks. And it's not that I just rely on the ads. It's really what that means is my outreach, even though that says ongoing below. I've already started posting to social media. It's on our website as an upcoming search. That'll move to current searches once we have the PDF and the ad text up on our website. But the outreach is the key part. That's where I'm literally calling people. We're going to send the PDF brochure out to hundreds of folks. We're going to have some very targeted folks that I'll be calling. And that's the ads running 5 weeks and the outreach. Search will close. We're targeting April 5th. And that's when things really get cooking along here, because what happens after that point is, let's say we receive 24 applicants for this position. What I'll do is I'll go through that list based on the job description, minimum qualifications, as well as that ideal candidate portion. Some of that I can gauge based on cover letter or candidates maybe that I already know and that I try to recruit and they did apply. So I'll take that list of 24, go through the resumes, cover letters, and make what I call my short list for preliminary interviews. So let's say we have 24 applicants and I'm going to screen 10 candidates. What we do is we run public record searches on those candidates, just to make sure there isn't anything egregious that comes up, because that can happen. And sometimes that will eliminate a candidate from being interviewed by me. So I will conduct my preliminary interviews once we've cleared them through public records. And that's me spending about an hour on Zoom with each of those candidates. If I'm interviewing 10, it's about 10 hours of my time spent interviewing candidates. I take my notes. Sometimes I'll include a brief questionnaire that have the candidates fill out and provide that to you when I make my recommended finalists, because that's the next step. Once I conduct my preliminary interviews, we set up a closed session, and hopefully we'll have done that in advance, where we discuss the candidates. And prior to the closed session, you'll receive an electronic ebook from my firm. And we'll probably work with the law firm that you guys hired and make sure that everything is gone through them and the correct channels. But the ebook will contain my list of recommended finalists, as well as everyone that I interviewed, as well as all the names of the applicants that applied. So you'll have access to that. You'll have access to the resumes and cover letters, as well as probably a brief questionnaire of each of the candidates that I've interviewed. That way you have time to kind of review that prior to our closed session. So once we do that, the closed session, that's really just kind of the back and forth. I give you my summary on the candidates. If I interview 10, let's say I'm recommending 5, why am I recommending those 5? And we walk through the steps of why I'm recommending based on their background, experience, the soft skills, all of that. And then you guys ultimately make that decision on who's going to move forward. I'm merely making my recommendations, but this is really your process and your hire, and it's an important hire. And so based on, let's say I'm recommending 5 candidates, you guys may say, hey, Valerie, we agree with these 4. And then there's someone from, and I group them. I do group 1, group 2. Group 1s are the ones that I highly recommend. Group 2, they maybe didn't check off every box that I was looking for. And you may see someone in group 2 and say, hey, Valerie, we really think we need to bring her forward in a group 1. That's fine. We can do that because we know they're cleared through public records. I interviewed them because they met minimum qualifications, but maybe they had an off day when they interviewed with me, and that's why I didn't recommend them in group 1. But you see something in their background that interests you, we can move that candidate forward. So it's a back and forth. For the recommended finalists, we make a decision who's going to move forward, and then we do all the scheduling. And I don't know at that point if we're still going to be Zoom. For a lot of our clients right now, for even city manager and GM recruitments, we're doing a lot of first round Zoom, second round top 2 candidates in person. And I'm facilitating both those days. And we try to get those booked in advance on your calendars. I know you guys are very busy, and some of you do work full time. So there is the option for a Saturday for interviews as well. And as soon as we can land on some dates, I can reserve those on my calendar. So that's the first round, second round of interviews. Between those 2 interviews, after the first round, you narrow it down to the top 2 candidates. We start references and background checks on those candidates so that we can provide references on the top 2 prior to you interviewing them. And we provide those to you in advance of the second round of interviews. So you have time to absorb some of the references and see who those references are and what they said, because those can be quite telling. And then we have our second round of interviews. We move forward after that with the selected candidate. Hopefully you all agree. We start moving forward in completing our references and background check if they haven't been done so already. And I can help with negotiations, and I'm not sure who's going to be involved, if you're going to have your law firm involved in that, but negotiations and the contract for your next city attorney. And prior to that, you will have compensation information in the way of, I always ask candidates, I don't ask them what they're making. I mean, I can go to Transparent California with most candidates and see, but I ask what range they're looking for. So I'll have provided you with that information in advance. So that's, negotiations, and we help with that. And then the start date, I try to find out when a candidate can start also in advance, so you have an idea. It's usually probably about 30 days out once they give notice to their current employer. So I feel like I walked through that pretty fast, and I apologize, but I can answer any questions you might have.
No, thank you, Valerie. It was very, very good and complete. Thank you for that. We also have Amy Ackerman here from the Rennie Public Law Group. In the event there's questions, Amy's available as well. So Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, Valerie. So I just have a question regarding how do you plan to maintain the confidentiality of the candidates and as we move through this process?
So as we move, you'll know the names of the candidates when we have our recommended finalists. Sometimes we do have clients sign non-disclosures, and I'll work with Amy and Jenica on that if that's something that we decide to do. I would recommend it, but that's I rely on your professionalism as well. But you guys won't see the names of the candidates until we do the recommended finalists meeting in closed session. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Is there any other council members that have a question on this? Okay, seeing none. Any member of the public? Question or comment? More comment on this? Assistant City Clerk, I don't see anyone, but I
don't see any hands, and I don't have any written comments for this.
Okay, so this was an informational item only. So thank you very much, Valerie, and for providing us with the update and providing the community with the update. And thank you, Amy, for being here in the event there were questions. All right, thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on now to our next item, our special order of business, which is a verbal report from the city manager regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. City Manager Santana.
Mayor, Lisa Schoenthal is going to provide both updates for both the COVID-19 pandemic as well as the drought. So Lisa?
Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Santana, and good evening, Mayor Gilmore and council members. This status update on the state of the COVID-19 emergency is provided for council review per Government Code Section 8630. On February 14th, we were very pleased to be able to reopen City Hall and other facilities that were temporarily closed due to COVID-19 related cases. The number of staff required to isolate because of infections or quarantine due to being close contacts or household contacts of infected persons decreased to the point we were able to safely return to the hybrid staffing model in place before the temporary closure. The library was one of the departments that was hit particularly hard by COVID, especially at our branch sites. However, the Central Park Library was able to reopen earlier than City Hall on February 7th for 24 hours of in-person services a week. This was after temporarily returning to a limited lobby service model for 2 weeks. The branch libraries remain closed. The North Side and Mission branches are scheduled to reopen in mid-March as employees are able to safely return to work. I'm also pleased to report that library hours will be shifting to include more afternoon and evening hours to better support families and students, and the bookmobile will be resuming its normal operations in March. The bookmobile was asked by several schools and community center members to postpone scheduled visits through February due to the COVID-19 Omicron concerns. One question that we have been asked is what limits our library's ability to expand services? The answer is both a function of budget and staff capacity. As a 7-day operation with extended hours, the library was one of the departments most heavily impacted when departments were asked to cut as needed personnel as an early cost containment strategy. While the department has remained agile and pivoted as much as possible to provide much needed library and COVID-related service support throughout the pandemic, the reduction in as needed personnel, coupled with the unprecedented number of cases that affected the department over the past few months, made it a challenge to maintain a consistent path towards the restoration of services. Unlike other agencies, our library staffing is very lean, and we lack the ability to fill gaps when large numbers of employees are impacted. Throughout the pandemic, our primary strategy has been to consolidate our resources at Central Park Library to serve the greatest number of residents safely and to leverage our extensive collection of online resources, whether that be through Zoom programming, 24/7 access to our collection catalog, or through alternative service delivery methods such as curbside pickup or mobile delivery through the bookmobile. We acknowledge that this has been very difficult for both library patrons and for staff, and are incredibly grateful for the understanding and patience they have shown. Library staff are eager to get back to serving our library patrons and look forward to continuing our efforts to restore services in the coming months as resources allow. So we have another slide for more information on city services, including library services. That information can be found at santaclara.ca.gov/access Santa Clara, as shown on this slide, but also for library services at sclibrary.org or by calling 408-615-2900. And library information, just to be clear, is also available at the website on the screen. It's the main city web link. Moving on to masking requirements. As the media has widely reported, Santa Clara County's indoor mask mandate continues. The 7-day average of COVID cases must be 550 for at least 1 week before the mandate could end. Today's 7-day average was 617 cases, down from 813 cases 4 days ago on February 18th. The other metric that must be met before the indoor mask mandate could end involves the county health officer determining the hospitals in the county are stable and have sufficient capacity to treat all patients. This has not yet been determined. As of today, we have 20 unoccupied ICU beds in the county. Our health officer, Dr. Sarah Cody, may want us to have more than 20 ICU beds available before she makes changes, even if we reach 550 cases. Moving on to our vaccination rates, which are excellent. We have 90.1% of residents 5 and older having completed vaccinations, and 84.7% of all residents having completed vaccinations as of today. We would be remiss, I know we show this slide every time, but we'd be remiss if we didn't still say that same-day appointments for the unvaccinated or for boosters and additional doses are still available at sdcfreevax.org or by calling 211, where help is available for those without internet access or for those who need assistance in multiple languages. COVID testing returns to the Central Park Library tomorrow, but as of this morning, there were no available appointments. COVID testing will return to the library on March 9th and 23rd, and on April 13th and 27th. Appointments for all testing opportunities may be made at sdcfreetest.org, where information on the availability of at-home antigen tests is also available. This web link information does continue to evolve, but there is a lot of information available at sdcfreetest.org. This concludes the COVID update.
Lisa, I have a question for you on this slide here about the Central Park Library. So sounds like tomorrow may be booked up, but for March 9th and 23rd and April 13th and 27th, how how soon before those dates would our residents be able to sign up for the test? Or can they do it
Well-
right now? But
Well, as I shared, they should be able to do it right now, but as I just shared, I've noticed that this website is evolving all the time. So as of this morning, there was the ability to go to sites in March. I don't know that I checked April, but there was the ability to schedule in the future. But there's been a number of changes to this particular website.
it used to be you had to wait like a few days before you could even sign up, and you had to be right on top of it, or that would fill up so fast, because Central Library is a really wonderful testing facility. It's easy in, easy out. It's a great location and everything. So everyone
Yes.
out there, if you want to try, now's the time to try March 9th and 23rd to at least get on that schedule.
Well, I can offer that we do end up having a number of no-shows. The county might not appreciate my saying this, but we do end up having a number of no-shows. So there is a chance if somebody did
Walk
come
in?
tomorrow, if there is a chance that they would be able to actually receive a test. I cannot promise that, but I will offer that we do have sometimes a large portion of no-shows. So people would be taking a chance. I wouldn't want people to waste their time, but have an open mind. It could be possible.
All right, thank you for that. Is there anyone that has any questions on this part of Lisa Schoenthal's presentation? Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Lisa, as always, thank you for the update. And people are just so, we know how much our residents love their library. So I thank you for that update. Mid-March, it's just around the corner. But to know that there will be more afternoon and evening hours, that will be good news for many. So thank you for that information. And obviously the bookmobile, it'll be nice to see it out on the streets again in March. And I did see also that the number of COVID cases was down to 617. So that's good news as well. And it sounds like we're just moving in the right direction. So, but our library is definitely first and foremost with our residents. So again, thank you for that update.
Okay, seeing no other hands, if you'd like to go into, are you doing city manager, the local drought emergency, or is that you, Lisa, as well?
That's Lisa.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager Santana. This status update on the state of the severe drought emergency is provided for council review per Government Code Section 8630. The Santa Clara Valley Water District, Santa Clara County, and the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission previously declared a drought emergency, as we discussed during council's special joint meeting with Santa Clara Valley Water District's Board of Directors last week on February 15th. The U.S. Drought Monitor Report from January 25th, 2022 indicates that the county is in severe drought. The Northern Sierra Nevada snowpack, a primary source of imported water, has shown improvement as a result of the storms in December, but is slightly below normal as of February 1st, 2022. The vast majority of California reservoirs remain below historical averages as a result of extremely dry periods of precipitation for January and February. City staff continue to coordinate drought awareness efforts and attend regular meetings at a regional level with the Santa Clara Valley Water District, the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, and the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. The city continues outreach to the public regarding the importance of conservation and sustainable actions through city blogs, newsletters, billboard, Gov Delivery e-news, home water report messaging, distribution of water-saving devices, and social media. Santa Clarans continue their great efforts to conserve. The cumulative water savings since Valley Water's June 2021 emergency declaration through December 2021 was 8% for the city of Santa Clara, as well as for the total of all Valley Water's retail water agencies. Residents and businesses can reduce water use by following these suggestions: installing faucet aerators and shower heads compliant with California plumbing codes, reducing irrigation run times and frequencies to 3 days per week, turning established low water landscape irrigation systems off for winter, fixing indoor and outdoor leaks, and addressing irrigation problems like overspray. And we have another slide. We are encouraging our residents and businesses to visit our water conservation webpage at santaclaraca.gov/saveourwater for rebates and effective tips on indoor and outdoor conservation measures. This concludes the drought update. Water Sewer Director Gary Welling is available to answer any questions.
Does the council have any questions for either, Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. We, as a council, just had a joint meeting with the Water Board last Tuesday, and there was some very good information shared about, this issue and the concerns, but more importantly, that the water district has a lot of water saving items that people can get for free, and to help us through this period of time. And so I don't know, Lisa Schoenthal, if that information is on the link that you just gave us, or would people have to go to the Water District website?
I believe that they can access that information from the link that we showed on the screen, santaclaraca.gov/saveourwater. If that is not the case, I have very high confidence in our communications director, Lon Peterson, who can make that happen.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else? All right, thank you, but let's go. I think I know we have an e-comment, but is there any member of the public that would like to make a comment on either of these reports? Okay, I don't see any. Assistant City Clerk, you have a comment you'd like to read?
Mayor. Yes, we have an e-comment received by Mark Kelsey. It states, I am very concerned about the limitations of library services. It appears that the real issue is that the library budget has been cut, not COVID. The city should state this honestly. When will the budget be restored? End of comment.
Okay, and do you have any other comments?
That's it.
Okay, I don't know if city manager or you'd want to respond to that. I think it was talked about a little bit in the presentation.
I was going to mention that Lisa went over it thoroughly in terms of the factors and what we've done. We are going to be putting out more information about extending library hours. And as we all know, the city is in the midst of completing its priority setting session, as well as heard a report around the state of the organization and staffing. So we will continue that discussion on March 1st. And clearly the council can consider additional options as we go through the budget deliberation process.
Right, and I think it's a combination of two things, budget, staffing, and COVID. Yes, it's maybe three, that was three. Okay, very good. All right, well, thank you very much for this report. We appreciate it. It's good to see the numbers coming down, but I know we're not where we want to be. So we'll just keep doing the right thing and getting those vaccination rates high, and people still practicing, healthy living, and we will all get through this together. Thank you very much. All right, the next item I moved up is public presentations. So this would be the opportunity for any member of the public to make a presentation to the City Council on an item that is not on the agenda. So we're going to go ahead and start with Jose Luis. If you'd like to go ahead and start. You're muted. There you go.
Thank you so much again for letting us join you here tonight. I'm Jose Luis Pavon. I work with SCIU USWW, and we have a substantial group of people. I'm sorry, my daughters are right here. We have a substantial group of people that are going to be speaking tonight. And we just wanted to figure out translation. We can have folks call in But would it be possible to have a little bit of extra time for folks that that speak Spanish that need translation?
Yes, yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Would your translators call in? How do we do that? Or Nora, how have we done this in the past? Do we have the ability to have a translator on?
From what I've seen, what's been done in the past is they'll have a translator on the line, and I'll just give double the time so they can go back and forth with the translation.
The translator, okay. Okay, Jose, we can do that, yes.
Okay, so then they would call in, and then we would provide the translation.
Yes, if you have someone that can translate so that
Yes,
we can go back and forth with the translator, you just tell us who it is, and then to our city clerk.
Okay.
And then we can accommodate that. Okay.
And we have Spanish speakers, including myself, if we need additional assistance.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's fantastic. Yeah, I'm available to translate. And I think we may have one other person on our team as well. We really deeply appreciate it. And again, we're here, speaking on behalf of the janitors who work under the subcontractor SWA. And and I see the rest of my time, and we'll let the rest of the speakers go ahead and share their testimony. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jose Luis. Araceli, you're next.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Araceli, and I am here on behalf of SEIU USWW, and we would like to ask the City of Santa Clara to adopt a responsible contractor and end the current contract the city has with SWA. SWA has been unfair to our janitors with wage theft and many other labor violations. We must ensure that our essential workers are being treated fairly, given that they have been the backbone of our economy during this pandemic. Not only must we make sure that they are getting paid what they should get paid, which is like hazard pay, hero pay, but also to be treated fairly within the workplace. And that's why we want to make sure that they are being represented correctly, and that is by adopting a responsible contractor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Skip, go ahead, Skip.
Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore and council members. Many of Reclaiming Our Downtown attended the council meeting on February 8th and waited about 6 hours, but never got a chance to speak. And we wanted to speak and support the downtown task force recommendation that City Hall fund a study by the Downtown Urban Planner, WRT, on the benefits of rebuilding City Hall if and when it's ever rebuilt in our historic downtown. Reclaiming Our Downtown, ROD, asked that this recommendation be formally added to the March 1st agenda. Reclaiming has spoken to leaders from many different cities across the United States that have returned their downtown, returned their city halls to their downtown. And this has generated a tremendous amount of private development, reduced construction cost, and created revenue streams that benefit everyone. And we formally request that Dan Andrasek be given 10 minutes on March 1st before any votes to present our findings from over 6 months of research that we have pursued in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that was planned for the last meeting. I think it's scheduled for March 1st with the extra accommodation. Thank you. Renee, go ahead, Renee. There you go.
Hello, hi. My name is Renee Amador, and I am the legal director of the Maintenance Cooperation Trust Fund. So we help janitors throughout the state that do not belong to a union and help them know their rights in the workplace and enforce their rights against their employers. I have on the line a Miss Magnolia Lucatero. She currently works for SWA in Palo Alto. She's going to share her experience with you very briefly, and I am going to translate for her. So, señora Lucatero, puedes empezar a hablar.
Lo que pasa es que a nosotros nos prometieron de un aumento y de las horas del trabajo. Entonces, no sé cuánto tengamos que estar ganando, mínimo la hora. Porque lo que nos comentaron nos lo quitaron para atrás otra vez. Y también no tenemos días de enfermedad. No sé cuál es, porque nada más lo único que nos pueden dar, lo que nos están dando, son días de PTO, pero días de enfermedad no tenemos. Entonces, ¿cuáles son los derechos que yo puedo tener?
Okay, I will paraphrase for her. So she says that she was paid a certain rate when she began, and she doesn't know what the rate was supposed to be. And then her rate was raised and then again lowered. And then also she doesn't know what her sick days are, because she sees that PTO is available on her check, but she doesn't know where it comes from or how you get it and where the sick leave, if she gets sick leave. ¿Algo más, señora?
Pues sería todo.
Okay, gracias. So that's everything for her. I just want to add that MCTF has been investigating SWA. We found it appears as though there are violations across the board for failing to comply with the contract rate. So we're really thankful to the city of Santa Clara, interested in opening up their bids so that responsible contractors can bid for the job, and that there will be an opportunity to make sure that whatever contract is put in place protects workers like Ms. Lucatero from further exploitation, and that any contract in the future is actually enforced, so that you all can set the example for the state of California about how workers who contract with the city are treated. It's an excellent opportunity. So I want to thank you all for that. And thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for both your presentations. Carmen, go ahead, Carmen. You're muted, Carmen. Carmen? Can you unmute yourself, please? Carmen Sandoval?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
That's okay?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead.
I was in the, hold on, let me. Oh, yeah. I want to say in Spanish, okay, mi nombre es Carmen Sandoval, soy un miembro de SIU USWW, y pues en nombre de nuestro sindicato me gustaría pedirle al Ayuntamiento de Santa Clara que adopte un contratista responsable y finalice el contrato actual que la ciudad tiene con SWA. SWA ha sido injusto para nuestros conserjes con el robo de salario, muchas otras violaciones laborales. Debemos asegurarnos de que nuestros trabajadores esenciales reciban un trato justo y en el lugar de trabajo, y eso sería mediante la adopción de un contratista responsable que respete a los trabajadores que no pueden trabajar desde su casa para mantener los edificios de la ciudad y el condado limpios y seguros. yo estoy con ellos y pues la verdad es una pena, una lástima que estén en esas condiciones y que no sean respetados como lo que son trabajadores esenciales. Gracias, y me gustaría que el ayuntamiento pusiera atención en este lugar y con esta compañía SWA. Gracias.
Gracias. Can someone, city manager, can you?
Sure, I
Thank
took
you.
a couple of notes.
Yeah, thank you.
So Carmen mentioned that she is a member of SCI UWW and that she's coming to speak to the current contract, and she's calling and asking for the city council to provide to analyze the contract responsibly and look at how responsible contract measures or provisions can be put into place. She's asking that the city analyze its contract to look at SWA against what it's delivering. She mentions that there has been some injustices related to wage theft. She's calling for just treatment to the employees and that they be treated and that the new contract treat employees responsibly and that they honor and respect employees. She speaks to maintaining the city's buildings as well as making sure that a new contract keeps the buildings clean and addresses the concerns of the council as well as the city. She mentions that there is a pity, that it's pity that the way they are treated and that they are in this situation. And she would like for the council to focus on helping to obtain a new responsible contract.
That was very good, city manager. Thank you. Very good. Sanjay, go ahead, Sanjay.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. My name is Sanjay Garla. I'm statewide vice president with SEIU USWW. And again, I, like the other speakers, want to thank council and thank the city manager. It's my understanding that there's going to be a competitive bidding process to choose a janitorial service provider for the city. And I think that's definitely moving in the right direction. I think the other speakers can speak much more eloquently and much better to this issues that they face on the job. What I wanted to throw out there and make sure is in the record is that, the janitorial industry is famous for some of the abuses that take place in the industry. It's an industry where it's marked by low bid contracting, and companies have to compete against each other to get these bids. So if we're in an industry where the bulk of the cost is on labor, you can see how it creates an environment that's ripe for abuse. So USWW has launched an initiative that goes up and down the state of California. We've been able to pass a number of pieces of legislation to combat rape on the night shift, to combat wage theft. And now we're taking to cities from Los Angeles to San Diego to Mountain View to Palo Alto to the city of Santa Clara. And we're asking that public dollars not be used to prop up low road players in this industry. Because what happens is these companies get contracts with cities that adds to their profile, and then they compete in the private sector for contracts because they're given that kind of that name recognition. So we're asking that we're glad that the city is going through the process. The request to make it very 100% clear is that the city of Santa Clara do what other cities have done and establish protocols and language in your RFP so that only responsible contractors are bidding for the work. That way people are competing not on their how low they can get their labor costs, but on the quality of service. So thank you very much, and I cede my time to the next speaker.
Thank you, Sanjay. Juan? Go ahead, Juan. You can unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm unmute.
Yes, you're good.
Okay, hello. Yes, actually, I want to thanks to Jose for the invitation to this meeting. I just wanted to be a support person from the union for our colleagues, workers that are working hard in the daily activity for this company that is treating them with injustice. I heard that they don't have any benefits, and these people need to be treated better with the labor and also with benefits, health plans, vacations, and also better salaries. We're asking the county Santa Clara to be supportive with these workers because ASWA is not following the policies from labor, and they need to be taking care of it. And we as representatives from the union, we're given the 100% support to these workers so they can get a better life for their families and their community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mac Young, go ahead, Mac.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Mac Young. I'm also a member of SEIU, USWW. On behalf of our union, we would like to ask the City of Santa Clara City Council to adopt a responsible contractor and end the current contractor that the city has with SWA. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 2022. I wasn't there, but I do recall in history classes the friend of slavery. I recall the Jim Crow South. I lived down south, so I definitely recall the Jim Crow South. What we're doing here in Santa Clara, we allow this SWA contractor by means of not being fair to their workers, put people back into that Jim Crow South, the sharecropper mentality that my mother and father had to live with. Again, this is 2022, and Santa Clara, as the city in good standing, and in the a city in the 5th largest economy in the world, should not have these type of contractors around. They need to be put behind a glass petition saying break in case of emergency. In the case of emergency, it's rapture again. We need to give our union workers, our janitorial staff, the pay that they deserve. Thank you, and I yield my time back.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else would like to speak under public presentations on any item that's not on the agenda? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, do you have any other, do you have any e-comments to read?
No, Madam Mayor, and I have refreshed and there have been no e-comments that have come in on this.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for all the speakers that had presented to us this evening. We appreciate it, you taking the time to come talk to us. All right, next we have the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. Do we have any member of the council that would like to pull an item for discussion? Councilmember Becker.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Okay, the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Do we have any member of the public that would like to pull an item from the consent calendar for discussion?
Madam Mayor, I have 2 e-comments.
Okay, if you could read them, please.
Sure. One is for 3N, which is action to adopt a mitigated negative declaration, a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and billboard relocation agreement with Outfront Media LLC to allow the installation of a new single-sided LED digital billboard at 630 Laurelwood Road, and to waive first reading and introduce an ordinance to amend section 18.80.210 of the zoning code to increase the permissible height of digital billboards. The e-comment is submitted by Susan Hinton, and it states the following. Except for possible legal disputes, total payment to the city for a period of 20+ years follows. The advertiser agrees to pay city $70,000 per new billboard face. Doesn't this seem like a heavenly deal for the billboard owner? Shouldn't there be an annual fee too? Perhaps a percent of the billboard owner's revenue, such as modest 3 to 6%. Hasn't the city of Santa Clara learned anything about how to support itself? That Highway 101 spot would make a fantastic NFL advertising location. End of e-comment. The next e-comment is on item 3Q. Action on the Parks and Recreation Commission's recommendation to approve the schematic design master plan for the new public neighborhood park located at 3905 Freedom Circle, Gray Star Development. E-comment submitted by Susan Hinton. It states the following: Santa Clara should not use synthetic turf in any project, including dog parks. Synthetic grass, plastic grass, is not a sustainable material and therefore conflicts with city statements regarding sustainability. In 2019, UCSB research concluded plastics have surprisingly carbon-intense life cycles. Plastics not only degrade into nanoparticles, hurting ocean life. Emissions from plastics in 2015 were equivalent to nearly 1.8 billion metric tons of CO2. End of comment. And that's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you. So let me go back to the city council. We have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Madam Mayor, who was the seconder?
Councilmember Chahal.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Passes 5 votes yes and 2 are absent. Okay. Next, we moved an item forward, which was a written petition, item number 8, action on a written petition, council policy 030, submitted by Anna Vargas Smith, requesting to place an agenda item at a future council meeting to request from council monetary assistance to cover the costs of city services in support of Santa Clara Parade of Champions for a minimum amount of $65,000 and an additional $950 to cover the cost of Santa Clara Unified School District Facilitron parking fees. Okay, so this would be, I'm going to go to the petitioner, Ms. Vargas Smith, if you'd like to present your petition.
Good evening, Mayor Lisa Gilmore and City Council. It's Anna Vargas Smith. How's everyone? Happy New Year. I haven't seen everyone in a while. So good to see you.
We still don't see you, but that's okay. You're not
I'm not that techie. I'm looking for a way to, I would show my face for sure. I hope that you will consider, I first of all want to thank you so much for the incredible parade last year. 2021 celebrated all our community heroes and our frontline heroes. There was like 2,500 in the parade, 8,000 watching. We had KPIX, ABC, Mercury News. It was a lot of coverage. So it was a spectacular comeback after a very dreary year. So thank you for all that you did. I hope you all had fun in our parade. The community did. So I'm here to ask, you obviously read what my request was, to agendize our request as soon as you can. We're excited about having the parade on October 1st, 2022. Same location, same setup, same MC. Hopefully everyone gets their own car again. So we're looking forward to hearing what you decide on my request.
Okay, thank you. I have a question on the request.
Yes.
An additional $950 to cover the cost of Santa Clara Unified School District Facilitron parking fees. Can you just explain that? I know we'll talk about it if,
okay,
you know, if it goes on a future agenda, but I didn't know what that was.
Last year we were surprised. I guess there's been an increase in fees across the board. Our 2019 was much different than 2021 fees. This particular Facilitron was over by Washington Open, Townsend Field area, that area in their middle school. And the parking needed to set up all the participants, the cars, the floats, everything that that space came up to that cost. Now, I'm not sure if that's something that you can assist us with, but I thought I'd put it on the table and see what you say.
Okay, my just personal thoughts, I would hope you'd ask the school district to waive those fees, not the city, but okay, we'll talk about that at some point. All right, Councilmember Becker, and then I'll go back to the public. So Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to put it on a future agenda.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All right, Mike, go ahead, Mike. Mike Walkie? There you go.
Hello, Mayor and council members. I'm here to support Anna Wagner-Smith. I worked with each and every one of you at last year's parade. I think each and every one of you had a great time. Thousands of people were in attendance. It's a good thing for the city. It's inexpensive. And I completely support agendizing this for a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, phone number ending in 3052. 3052. You're muted. Assistant City Clerk, how do you unmute the phone? Oh, they're off now. Did we lose 3052?
Yes, it looks like they dropped.
Okay. Anna, is there something else you'd like to say? Your hand's still up.
I just appreciate any consideration. Thank you for voting so positively on moving this to agenda.
Well, we actually haven't voted yet, but
oh yes,
we'll anticipate that. Okay, very good. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we have a motion to place this on a future agenda. We have a motion and a second. May we have a roll call vote, please, Assistant City Clerk?
Just a moment. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes with 5 yeses and 2 absent. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, next we have item number public hearings, general business. Item number 5, to adopt a resolution calling and giving notice of a special municipal election to be held on Tuesday, June 7th, 2022 for a vote on one ballot measure that, if passed, would amend section 600, 700.1 and 700.2 of the Santa Clara City Charter, requesting the consolidation of the special municipal election with the statewide direct primary election to be held in Santa Clara County on June 7th, 2022, directing the city attorney's office to prepare the impartial analysis and setting priorities for ballot arguments. Who's taking this one?
I am, Mayor.
City Clerk. City Clerk, Hassam Haggad. Welcome, Hassam.
Thank you all. So to recollect your memories, in May of last year, we had a couple meetings in which we brought this item forward. At the May 4th meeting was the first time we brought this forward, and we talked about some of the requirements from the settlement agreement, the legal requirements. We obviously passed the resolution that we would place an item on the ballot. So, and then in May 25, we talked a little bit more about the details and went over some of the direction from the council, obviously creating 6 single-member districts. And this meeting is basically, from the May 25th meeting, the direction was to bring back the actual resolution and the ballot language, which is what we have in front of us today. So one thing that we did not close on at the May 25th meeting, which the council did direct us to come back with options for, and that we would discuss in a future meeting, which is today's meeting, is whether or not we wanted to add a provision in the, or a direction in the ballot language that would also go on the charter change, the type of redistricting committee or commission that would be required after every 10 years' census. So when we were meeting in May of last year, we took some action, the council took action on designating an independent redistricting commission for the purposes of the 2020 census redistricting exercise. We did not close on whether or not the council had a desire to require independent redistricting commissions for all future redistricting efforts after every 10-year census. So you have two options in front of you, Resolution A and Resolution B. And the only difference between the two really is the inclusion of the language that requires that the redistricting commission be an independent redistricting commission or not. It does not go into detail about how the redistricting commission is selected, the makeup of the size of the commission, the makeup of the commission, all of which the council did take action for specifically for the 2020 census redistricting initiative or effort that's been going on. And it just simply states that the redistricting commission shall be an independent redistricting commission, and then it would be up to the council every 10 years to determine, all of those details which this council already went through. You'll notice in the resolution language, in the packet, there are both versions, and you'll see the language that actually goes into the ballot. You'll also notice at the end of that ballot question, it states, and to require an independent redistricting commission. And then if you scroll to the bottom of the resolution, of the charter change, you'll see section 700.2 is where that change is reflected. You'll see a single paragraph. The first paragraph in section 700.2 under resolution B is the addition compared to resolution A. And it states, the city council shall enact an ordinance to establish an independent redistricting committee in accordance with election code sections 23001 and 23003 to make changes to the city council district boundaries. So that is a delta or the difference between resolution A and resolution B. It is entirely up to the council which one you would choose to adopt. I do not recommend that we, as with any charter language change, going into too much detail is typically not a good idea, particularly because you want this, the entire city wants this resolution to pass at the ballot box. And the more we complicate the charter amendment, the less likely it is to pass. But of course, it's entirely up to the council whether you want to propose option A or B. So I'm going to stop here. I think all of this is, you're all pretty familiar with what we're trying to do here. And I'll just open it up for questions.
Okay, do we have council questions for the city clerk? Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you. Thank you, City Clerk Hassam. So regarding the independent redistricting commission, isn't that a state requirement that we will have to have that after the census is done? It's whether we are charter city or non-charter city.
So the elections code requires you to have a redistricting commission. It doesn't specify. And if you recall, I know this was a while ago, back in May, when we were debating, or the council was debating what type of redistricting commission they would put for the 2020 census. There were several options. The council could appoint the commission. They could choose, each council member could choose one person of their own to make up a 7-member commission. You could choose the requirements to be on the commission, whether you are a citizen, whether you are a resident. And you might recall that this council chose an independent redistricting commission, and there were all these details about how we did a random draw. We required one person from each district with one at large and alternates. So all of those basically were requirements that this council decided. There are different types. There's hybrid, there's independent, there's appointed. So as long as you're within the elections code, which every council every 10 years has to fall within the elections code, it still gives the flexibility to a charter city to pick how it wants to do it. what this addition does in option B is that it puts it in the charter that the type must be an independent redistricting type, right? But then, as you can see in the language, it leaves some of those open discussions which this council had already: how to select, how many members, etc., right? What the requirements were to be a commissioner, up to ordinance. So future councils could look at what this council did as a guideline or as a blueprint, but they could do a different way. But they cannot, if you go with option B, they cannot deviate from it being independent from whatever the council is at that time. In other words, they cannot be appointed, for example, right? So you have that option if you want to specify what type of commission it is. In any case, it is bound by elections code. So, but the type is up to you.
Yeah. Okay. So we are basically, option 2 is we are restricting the future council to have an independent redistricting commission, basically.
If you choose option B, yes.
Right. Yeah.
If you don't choose option B, the change is just regarding the 6 districts, and that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Sorry, I forgot to ask everyone to ask all their questions first. Thank you, thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Park, and then anybody else who wants to ask questions after that. And then City Clerk, then we'll have you answer. Thank you.
So
Go
I
ahead.
understand. Yeah, I understand why we would want to change the charter for the districts, because we've got elections coming up. But what is the reason for choosing the redistricting commission after the census, when the next census is 8 years away at the soonest? Is there any reason why there's such a priority, such a rush on that part of this ballot measure? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask the city clerk, what do our neighboring cities do in terms of redistricting committees? Are they usually independent, or how do they go about it? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from anyone? Okay, City Clerk, go ahead and answer, if you can, the council questions.
Yes. Let me first address Councilmember Park's question, and then I'll go to Kathy's. Actually, for Kathy's, I'll need to pull up the old presentation. So if you don't mind, I will need a minute to do that. But let me answer Councilmember Park's first. The question that he's asking is, why are we in a rush to determine the type of redistricting commission now, when the next time we would have to do it is in 8 years? So what we're talking about here is memorializing this or requiring it in the charter. So you certainly don't have to do it now, but keep in mind that changing the charter is a big deal. It requires a Herculean effort to be able to agree on what it is that you want to change. You put it forward. It can cost anywhere from $250,000 to $300,000 in terms of city costs that goes to the registrar of voters, as well as public outreach or education on what the ballot measure change consists of. So you're already going through that effort and the cost with this ballot change that is obviously required because as a result of the settlement agreement. So by memorializing the type of the redistricting commission, future councils cannot choose a different type of redistricting commission. In other words, they can't appoint, they can't do a hybrid model. They must go with an independent redistricting commission. So it is up to this council. If you want future redistricting efforts to be restricted to be run by an independent redistricting commission, you can include that in this charter language. You can, between now and the next 8 years, put forward another ballot initiative to require that language. But keep in mind that it will require effort, it will require money. And so because it is related to the same topic that you are changing the charter with now, if now would be a good time to do it if the council so chooses to do so. So there's no rush, but you are saving cost. If this is something that the council is interested in doing in the future, you might as well do it now. It's the same topic. I see our Assistant City Attorney raise your hand.
Yes,
So,
Attorney Klotz, go ahead, please.
Yes, hi. I was just going to chime in for the city clerk. I did pull up our chart from our prior.
Yeah, I was gonna look for that. Is there a way you can share that? Or we can just verbally say this.
Yeah, I think there's only a few that we kind of assessed. So currently San Jose and Stockton have an advisory commission. I do know San Jose was exploring potential charter measure to require an independent. I'm not sure where they are on that one. Other cities that have independent commissions are Berkeley, Oakland, Roseville, and Sacramento. Modesto has a hybrid commission, and I believe Sunnyvale has some type of hybrid as well. And those are the ones
that was in response to Councilmember Watanabe's question. What do the other cities? And this is the same again. None of that has changed since the last time we had discussed this in May in deciding what we would do with the 2020 census results. So it's the same discussion, and I'm sure our assistant attorney, city attorney Liz Claus, she pulled up the same slide that was presented back in May.
Okay, City Clerk, did you?
I don't have anything else. I answered both questions.
Okay, very good.
I don't know if they were to the satisfaction of the people who asked them, but that's the answer I got. So
I don't see any hands up, so it must have been. Okay. I'm going to go to the public to see if there's any member of the public that would like to testify on this issue, give us their comments on this issue. I don't see any. Assistant City Clerk, do we have any e-comments?
I have one e-comment. This is from Susan Hinton. It states the following. The proposed ballot measure states that for elected city office, a person must have been a resident of the city of Santa Clara for at least 30 days immediately preceding the filing of nomination papers. So someone can fly in and rent an apartment a mere 30 days before filing to run for city council. This is absurd. A more reasonable cutoff would insist that prospective candidates live in their district or that citywide candidates live in the city for at least 3 to 6 months. End of comment. And that's all I have.
Thank you. So City Clerk, what is our residency requirement now to live in a district? Because I don't think we have much, do we?
Oh, so the 30 days requirement is actually what we did, excuse me, as part of the discussion that we had in May, as well as what is currently there for since the settlement agreement, or since the court ordered mandate. So
that's here right now. Nothing's changing on that.
Nothing's changing. Now, keep in mind, this is a charter amendment change, right? So all of the up until now, everything has been by resolution, but this is now a charter change request. So it's memorializing what we've been doing right now in the charter.
Okay. All right. Okay. So council, I'm looking for a motion with some direction. Do we put the 6 districts up, or do we add that additional?
Well, sorry, just to be clear, both of them will memorialize the 6 districts. In option B, you would also be requiring that when the redistricting effort happens every 10 years, that the commission be of the independent redistricting commission type. So that is the only addition on B, and we need direction either A or B.
Yeah, A or B.
Yeah, that's it. Just keep it easy.
A or B.
Mayor, this is Sue Ruder. A couple of things. When the motion occurs, if I noticed that you caught that earlier with the portion of the motion relating to the impartial analysis, it should be directing the office of the city attorney to prepare the impartial analysis. And then also if we could get a decision regarding ballot arguments from the council.
Okay, so
yeah, I was going to take it one step at a time. So
yeah, we're going to do one step at a time.
And then there's a couple other things that would, yes.
So whatever motion we make for A or B, it's the office of the city attorney, right? As I read it earlier. Sue, is that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I don't actually see a reason to go into resolution B right now. I mean, we don't specify a lot, doesn't go into detail on how it's selected, what the makeup would be, the size, etc. I feel that when we do look at this in the future, that we could look at it more in depth instead of kind of right now, kind of off the cuff, trying to make this decision, I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution A, calling and giving notice of special municipal election to be held on Tuesday, June 7th, 2022, for the 6 districts, but not for the makeup of the committee, of the commission.
Okay, so that's a motion. Is there a second? City Clerk, your hands up. Okay, was that Councilmember Chahal?
Yes.
Okay, City Clerk?
I just wanted to this is not off the cuff. I mean, this council spent quite a bit of time in May deciding for an independent redistricting commission for the purposes of the 2020 census. So this is simply memorializing that and requiring that for every other 10 years. Certainly in the last charter review committee that was done a couple of years ago, which Councilmember Jane was a member of, that was something that we heard loud and clear from the community, that an independent redistricting commission was desired so that it would have less influence from whatever the council would be at the time. So I just wanted to comment that this is not a rushed or off the cuff decision. But of course, I mean, it's entirely up to this council. The requirement from the settlement agreement is strictly on the 6th district one. And if you were going to do it in the future, you would save $300,000 at least, plus a lot of staff time and community time for making another charter amendment for simply that one change. But it's entirely up to this council what you want to do.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you for that, Clerk Hossam. I agree with you 100% that, you know, there was a lot of discussion and about the independent redistricting committee. And I don't have a lot of time these days, but, you know, I keep getting these notices about the redistricting committees, and there have been a lot, and the little bit of time that I've been able to focus on them, they've actually been very informative. I appreciate, you know, what these members of the community are doing, you know, with their time, and just wanting to, you know, make sure that this charter change that has occurred, you know, in terms of districts, that, you know, we are keeping them equal. And and getting in input from the community as well. So I'm actually, I don't support this motion. I would have preferred resolution B, because again, there was a lot of discussion as to that, an independent redistricting committee. And so I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we are trying to do this thing to fulfill the requirement of the lawsuit. And as I asked the question, if we don't do anything, we are still under the election code, we have to do that. And we are just memorializing whether we want to do independent district commission or some other form of redistricting commission. So I think depending upon in future pros and cons of all these redistricting commissions, the future council may think, hey, this is the better way of doing it, and versus locking into just one form of redistricting commission. So if we take option A, then we are not eliminating any other options which might come to the council in future. So I think there may be some other different options might be coming down the line, and that can be a better solution for redistricting. So for that reason, I chose option that we should be just limit ourselves to 6 district resolution, and when the future council can decide what type of redistricting commission they want, and that doesn't require a charter change, basically, because council under the election code has a prerogative to choose what type of redistricting commission they want. That's why I chose that.
Thank you. Anyone else on this? Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, for the city clerk, can you clarify, maybe I missed it, is option B a court requirement right now from the verdict?
No.
Okay, Thank you.
So the portion, the only addition on option B that is addition to option A. So B does satisfy the court requirement. It just specifies that when redistricting happens every 10 years, that it be an independent redistricting commission. That's the only addition, but it does satisfy the court requirement.
My point was that the independent redistricting is not a part of the court requirement.
Okay, so we have a motion for one, option A, right? Motion for option A, just the 6 districts. I'm going to support the motion. I think we should just move on with this and get it on the ballot. And 10 years from now, the city council can figure out what they want to do. I just hope it's of an independent nature, like we did this time. Because I think, you can see some of the other communities and the problems that they're facing because their district redistricting is not so independent, and ours is, completely hands off. So I don't know what this city will be doing in 10 years, but at least, I'm just hoping it's an independent nature. And we actually didn't need to change the charter to have an independent redistricting committee. So I assume the council at that time can do the same thing that we just did now. And so I'll support the motion. So Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. That passes 4-1 and 2 absent. All right.
Okay, not done yet. Sorry. So
Yeah.
there's a couple things here in terms of the timeline. The council can choose to either designate members of the council to write ballot arguments in favor of the measure. And of course, if there is an argument in opposition, the council could also choose who would represent the ballot argument rebuttal. So that's something that this council can choose. If the council chooses not to do anything, then anybody can, there's a list of requirements, and maybe our Assistant City Attorney Claus can list that here for us, but it's in the report. You have bona fide organizations, you have community members. They can write the ballot argument in favor if the council doesn't choose to write it. So this council can choose to designate members of its council to write the ballot argument in favor of this measure. So I see several hands shot up.
Attorney Klotz, you'd like to go first, please?
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in that the council actually cannot oppose this ballot measure. So part of the settlement agreement is that the council can, choose to write an argument in support of the ballot measure, but not to oppose it. So I just wanted to.
You mean as a group, like the city council?
Correct, in their official capacity.
Individually, you can do whatever you want, but as a
Right.
group, we can't do that. Okay, thank you. Thanks for that reminder. I did remember that. City manager?
I wanted to add that for any council members that want to sign up to write an argument, so in support of this measure or any other opposition, the deadline is March 8th. And so it's right around the corner.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember.
And if there's a rebuttal, that would be due March 18th.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal?
I'll be happy to write in support of the measure, one of the members.
Okay.
If we are deciding today.
Do we have to decide? Councilmember Becker?
I would very much like for you to decide because of the timeline. Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you have to agendize this again and then decide then, and by then your deadline is gone.
Councilmember Becker, do you want to join him?
Yes, I would like to.
Councilmember Park, I assume the 3 of you, right? Okay, there you go. Do we have to vote on that they're doing that? Or they?
Yes.
We don't
If you're doing
vote.
it as a
No.
If you're doing it as a council action, then I think you should.
I'll make a motion that I'll make a motion.
Sorry. Sorry.
Sorry.
Is that
I
correct?
just want to
from legal
get
standpoint?
from the
Yes, I want to
city
hear from the city
attorney.
attorney.
I don't remember us voting on something like this. We just volunteered. So is there a city attorney?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Mayor, I'm looking at the just looking at the settlement agreement to ensure that if we are going to do I'm just making sure there isn't any language in the settlement agreement that requires us to take a specific action with regard to designating members.
I know we've all volunteered in the past. We didn't actually vote on it, so
that's correct.
Yeah,
that's correct.
So if we have our 3 volunteers, do we have to vote on it? I don't remember ever voting on anything like that.
No, I mean, I suppose the 3 could essentially by consensus. The 3 would be.
They will be representing, the 3. They would get priority to write the ballot argument in favor of the initiative. So.
And it shall be an official ballot argument from the city. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, can we move on? Or do we have anything else?
And direction to this Office of City Attorney to write the impartial analysis.
It wasn't that in the.
Was that in the first motion? I didn't think so.
That should have been in the first motion, Sue, because they just adopted the first.
It says directing the city attorney's office to prepare the impartial analysis.
Oh, very good.
Yeah,
it's in the reso.
Number 1. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
Are we finished with this item?
That would be it.
Yes, we are.
All right. Thank you, City Clerk Hassan Hagag and the City Attorney's Office for preparing all this, and the City Manager. All right. Okay, our next item is item number 6. Councilmember Hardy, who is not at this meeting this evening, would like to call in for this item only. So we're going to take a 5-minute break so that she can get on, they can try to get her on the call. If they're not able to get her on the call, she has asked that Councilmember Chahal make her presentation for her. So it's 8:32. Please come back at 8:37. Thank you. bid to FIFA for the 2026 World Cup and related events. So Councilmember Chahal.
You're muted, Councilmember Shahal.
I was able to get a hold of her, but she said, wait, I'll get back to you. So I'm not sure. Why don't we do this thing? We can continue item number 7, and then we can touch base on this item later. Hopefully she can reply back to me.
Well, do we even know if she's coming? Because, well, we can continue this item if she's not here, unless you want to make the presentation. Where did she?
I, to be very frank, I was not aware that in her absence, I have to make the presentation.
All right, Councilmember Becker, were you to make the presentation?
No, I was just curious of the same thing. I was thinking that maybe, like Councilmember Chahal was saying, that maybe we should do item 7 before we find out if we can actually get a hold of her. Just as a courtesy to see if there's at least a little bit of callback time. So,
City Manager.
Just 2 options for the council. I do have a presentation that that I prepared as I coordinated with Councilmember Hardy on the resolution that's in the packet. Or I am sure that our consultants who are here for the marketing plan would appreciate.
All right, let's
sooner than later.
All right, let's take that first, and either if she's not here, we can continue it till the next meeting. So, all right, so let's go ahead to item number 8. No, I'm sorry, 7. We did 8 already. I'm ahead of myself. I was getting excited. We're at the end of the meeting. Close. Presentation and potential action on Levi Stadium marketing plan assessments.
So Mayor, this City Council, this follows, I believe we're acting as the Stadium Authority Board.
Stadium Authority, yes.
Yes. This follows the March 10th, 2021 study session on the stadium manager's marketing plan that was proposed. At the time of the study session, Councilmember Shahal recommended that we receive an outside consultant and go through a procurement process so that we can understand from a subject matter expert the issues with the marketing plan that had been ongoing for a couple of years. We did complete the procurement process, and we have today before the City Council members from Stone Planning LLC as well as Rooney Sports and Entertainment Group, and they're going to provide a presentation on their findings as well as discuss with Council any questions that you may have. So I'll hand it over to them.
Thank you.
Hi, this is David Stone. I want to make sure everyone could hear me before.
Yes, we can. Thank you. Welcome, David.
Thank you for having us. We are, it looks like I'm looking for Josh, my colleague here. I want to make sure he's logged.
Josh Rooney, is that Josh Rooney?
Yeah.
And let's pull up the presentation, city staff.
All right, so I'll get started. Again, this is David Stone with Stone Planning. My colleague Josh Rooney is on too. We have a slide in a minute that'll allow us to introduce ourselves a little bit more. So I'll come back to that. We could advance past this slide. This slide is just a quick kind of outline of the structure of our presentation. Again, we'll introduce ourselves in a little bit more detail on the next slide, and then a quick kind of overview of the scope and our approach and methodology to completing the scope. And then the last handful of slides will summarize our findings from the assessments. And I guess maybe before we advance, I should be specific if it hasn't been made clear otherwise. Our 2 firms partnered up in response to the authority's SOQ to review and assess the 2020 and 2021 marketing plans of the stadium. So let's advance to the next slide, please. Quick introduction to myself and my firm. Again, I'm David Stone of Stone Planning. I'm based in Chicago, but unfortunately for time zone purposes, I happen to be in Los Angeles right now, not too far from Josh. I formed my firm about 4.5 years ago. I've been doing the type of work I do for about 23 years now. I do various types of planning, analysis, and research, generally for sports and entertainment facilities and events. I've worked all over the country. I'd say the majority of my clients have been public sector entities. And you see the list in that second bullet. I've done a lot of work in California, including for the Coliseum Authority in Oakland, the cities of Inglewood and Carson, the San Diego EDC, multiple CSU system branches, the public districts that own Lambeau Field in Green Bay and the Superdome in New Orleans, and many others. And with that, I'll hand it over to Josh.
All right, everyone. Thank you, David. Yeah, my name is Josh Rooney, and my father, Tom, founded the Rooney Sports and Entertainment Group in 2003. Tom is the former president of the Pace Facilities Group. That was the company that operated what is now Live Nation's live music venues. He was also president of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Together, I joined TRSEG in 2007. We have programmed, brokered, and produced 34 stadium concerts with artists like Kenny Chesney, Taylor Swift, Brad Paisley, and others that have grossed in the ballpark of $102 million. In addition to the concerts, we also found a new revenue stream for Major League Baseball and NFL football teams through the establishment of Hall of Fames. And we have at TRSEG established 16 new Major League Baseball Major League Baseball and NFL football Halls of Fame. Again, that was all through revenue generation. We have extensive experience in operating stadiums, arenas, and amphitheaters. And I most recently was the Chief Revenue Officer for the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. And there I oversaw many different aspects of, the relaunch of that venue, such as venue branding, returning major concerts to the stadium for the first time in 8 years. And I also developed a boutique concert venue, a smaller, more intimate venue that we were able to book and create a new niche for ourselves in the market.
Thanks, Josh.
To the next slide. Yep.
Yeah, please. So really quickly, what we were asked to do, the scope of work, this is a direct quote out of the SOQ that we responded to review, assess, and evaluate the draft marketing plans in the following 5 key areas. And these are the subjects that the authority developed: venue positioning, goals and objectives, marketing strategy, research and data, and general information. In terms of methodology, we were asked to analyze the contents of the plan, literally what appeared on the paper of the plans, based on our past experience. That said, let's move on. We've got one slide for each of those 5 key areas that kind of summarize our assessments. So let's move on to the next slide, please. So that first key area, venue positioning, kind of the environment in which the stadium operates. The plans do identify a number of ways in which the manager has kind of analyzed and assessed its existing and potential client base, and listing a number of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of the stadium. Beyond that, it doesn't go into much detail and seems kind of incomplete. And there's more depth that could potentially be gone into answering questions, for example, such as how the market is defined geographically, for example, which could vary by event type, could be very different for a convention. For a concert as for a private event. What are the demographics of the market in terms of the residents who could be buying tickets and the businesses who could be booking events into the stadium? What trends are affecting the industry? What's the competitive environment for facilities? In that competitive market, what are the other facilities that exist, whether they're sports facilities or entertainment facilities, meetings facilities, or other special events venues? And how does the stadium fit into that? What is its niche? What are its advantages and disadvantages? The 2021 plan was a little bit unique because of COVID. And it did mention a lot of kind of strategies and actions that the manager implemented in response to this unique threat of COVID. And we think they all seem to be appropriate given the situation that the stadium was in. And in general, we think that, you know, a kind of a more fuller, more comprehensive understanding and analysis of these issues than appears in the plans is important or necessary in order to really maximize usage of the stadium and ultimately its revenues for both the manager and the authority. Next slide, please. The second key area, goals and objectives. These are terms that came out of the SOQ, but we identified a number of goals, objectives, and activities that were mentioned in the plans, as I said, including in 2021 in the response to COVID. But beyond mentioning them, it doesn't, as I said a minute ago, doesn't go into, the plans don't go into a lot of detail on them. And these goals and objectives are generally vague. Beyond mentioning these, again, the goals, objectives, and activities, it doesn't really go beyond, the plans don't really go beyond that to give more information on schedules or timelines or required resources, whether it's human resources or financial resources or schedules for completion or implementation. And without this information, without this detail and context and the ability to have some or any accountability, it's hard, it's difficult or to impossible to really understand whether these goals and activities were successful or not. You know, we acknowledge that in a partnership like this, where you have a public entity and a private entity, the two entities may have very different goals from the stadium, but there should be goals that are specific and identifiable and measurable in order to have this accountability and influence these kind of downstream actions and strategies, allocation of resources, et cetera. With that, let's go to the next slide and I'll turn it over to Josh.
Yeah, thanks, David. Yeah, so we're going to talk about the marketing strategy on this slide. Plan mentions various types of research and data used to increase revenue, as well as resulting strategies. But there's no information on media strategies or associated budgets, although we will note that the stadium manager separately submitted a marketing budget for the 2021 year per the authority's request. There is no information that allows for accountability or measurement of results or the connection of strategies to the stadium's needs. So examples of this type of information that would help make these plans more useful, you know, did the additional bookings meet a goal or a budget? Did dynamic pricing increase revenues? Did the addition of a new event space increase stadium usage? And what was its return on investment? How much was spent on these marketing initiatives and what was the return on investment? You know, really without the ability to identify budgets, actual amounts spent, and the return on investment and any other items, it is really not possible to ensure the appropriate allocation of resources or broader strategies. So, you know, our recommendation, of course, is to provide that information so it can be reviewed. Let's go on to the next slide, which is slide 8. The slide references research and data. The plans provide no detail regarding market research, such as the local demographics, the size or geography of the market. That is certainly understood by the stadium manager, but not provided. There are references to various results, such as the number of events and the success of booking repeat business. But there is little or no information that provides quantitative or qualitative accountability measures. So, for example, what are considered the key performance indicators of this business? How do results compare to budgets, goals from prior years or from industry expectations? And what revenues were generated by trade show participation? That's just one example there that was given in the marketing plan that they had attended a trade show. They'd spent some money, but you know, what was generated? What revenue was generated from that could be pointed directly to it? Similar to other key areas, this information is necessary in order to guide strategies and resource allocation, as well as, of course, accountability. All right, let's go to slide 9. Okay, so this is a slide that speaks to areas to potentially explore, such as the specific deal terms and relationships with stadium users, accounting for event revenues. Now that's a pretty big headline there. So what are the actual deals that the stadium manager is engaging in with, promoters and other users, event producers, to utilize the venue? What has been the industry feedback and input regarding the use of the venue from both the private and events and the major events? What are the local and regional dynamics, including the competitive environment, the location of the venue, the parking, the cost structure, and policies and other items that need to be explored and vetted and reviewed? The stadium's physical condition and its offerings, benchmarking Levi Stadium to competitive and other similar facilities. What are the industry trends? What are the facilities that business planners are seeking? And those kinds of things need to be considered and planned for. Adoption of key performance indicators, KPIs. So without the KPIs, we really can't influence the direction of the business and where it's headed. All we can do is assess where all we can do is assess the end result. And without the key performance indicators, we can't influence or make changes along the way. An agreement on the agreement on the content of future plans and information that can be shared separately. So future plans being, of course, the future events, understanding what's coming and being able to prepare for it. And the potential partnerships that could be created with neighbors, such as the amusement park nearby, convention center, or others, which could lead to larger events, such as a Google event, where they take over a large campus. And so those are some items or areas that we recommend that need to be explored. And that is slide 9. David, you have slide 10.
Yes, thanks, Josh. This last slide is kind of a summary of those previous summary slides. I won't necessarily read it word for word. And you probably picked up on some themes that have kind of gone throughout these different key areas. So again, at the risk of sounding repetitive, kind of big picture, I mean, yes, these plans do identify a number of these goals, initiatives, activities, and actions. Again, particularly in 2021, in the unique year of COVID. But we think that there is a greater level of detail that can be gone into and other subjects that can be addressed to provide a fuller picture of the stadium's operations and marketing and future performance. And we think that in this kind of partnership, the authority can reasonably expect to see additional and more detailed, more comprehensive information because the stadium ultimately is an authority asset. That's, with that, we could go to the next slide, which is essentially the end of our presentation. And I imagine, if there are any questions, we would take them now.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. We're going to start with the council that has, or Stadium Authority Board that has questions on this assessment. So we'll start with Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, David and Josh, for the presentation. Lot of good information, and I think one of our former council members is probably sorry she's not here tonight, because I think she would concur with a lot of things that you've said this evening. She was a former marketing representative, and so marketing was right up her alley. So she always had a lot of questions when we were expecting the marketing plan every year. But my first question has to do with on slide 8. Yes, slide 8. And you mentioned the summary of findings, what revenues were generated by trade show participation. And I was just wondering, is Pollster Live considered a trade show?
Yes, very much so, Kathy. This is Josh. I'll answer that.
You know what, Josh, I'm going to stop you right there because we're going to get a list of all the questions. So if you don't mind taking them down, and then I'm sorry to do that, but if you don't mind taking that down, and then you can answer them all at once.
Yeah.
All right. I might have answered that.
I think she said yes, but yeah. Okay. Is that it, Councilmember Watanabe, or do you have?
Yes.
questions?
No. I have 4 more questions. So bear with me just a moment. The report validates the importance of key performance indicators, which the Stadium Authority has been requesting for years as part of its oversight role. Can you comment more about why KPIs are important and how they would help both the Stadium Authority and Stadium Manager make data-based decisions? What are the kinds of KPIs that should be expected in a venue's marketing plan? That's one question. Number 2, can you comment more about the special events contracts for entertainers and commonly practiced terms? Also, can you provide more detail about the kinds of deal terms with stadium users that could impact the Stadium Authority's event revenues? Number 3, how might relationships with stadium users impact the Stadium Authority's event bookings and negotiations? And finally, you mentioned that local regional dynamics, including parking, could be a potential area to explore. Can parking prices potentially impact event attendance and revenues? And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Josh and David, for the presentation. My question, or let me make a brief comment. I actually was one of the person who asked for this type of investigation. And my idea was to have an alternate marketing plan. That I was looking at that, hey, we have this plan, and here is another expert who will give us an alternate marketing plan. I think we got into dwelling into, okay, what's wrong, what's right, what we can do. But according to me, basically the whole basic aim of my request has been changed. That's given aside. I wanted that we should have an alternate marketing plan where we can compare what is existing marketing plan from the existing vendor versus what can be alternate plan. So, but still I have few questions. For a venue like us, how many concerts are doable in a year? That's my first question. Some of the other locations or the stadiums which are in the same type of geographical location, what is the curfew situation over there? If we want to ask you as an expert. Okay. You mentioned KPIs. What are some of the major KPIs you would love to look into the marketing plan if you were to make this marketing plan, basically? Given the scenario, you know, where we are and what our geographical location is, what our basically demographics is, how many number of private events are feasible according to your idea? Next is that what is the potential revenue we can generate from this type of non-NFL events we are trying to generate over here? And if you were to make an alternate marketing plan, how will you proceed and what will you show us over here? those are my question and comments. Thank you.
Okay, any other Stadium Authority members with questions? City Manager? I'd like to go to the authority board first, but did you want to say something?
When the time is right, I just want to clarify the scope, but certainly
I know. Yeah, okay. Is there anyone else before we go to the staff? All right, I have a couple of questions about the report, and I want to thank the consultants for the report. It was very professional. So the report mentions that the 49ers database is likely not adequate to generate sufficient ticket sales for most major non-sporting, non-NFL events. Could the Stadium Authority have lost out on potential events because the marketing plan didn't include market research on the region's market, which doesn't necessarily reflect the 49ers football fan base? And could you comment more on other event promoters, how they use their databases strategically based upon where they are? And then my second question is, can you comment on the special events industry in general and the common practices for booking events? What are the revenue opportunities at the Stadium Authority for the Stadium Authority, and how does the quality of the contract really impact the potential revenue? And then my last comment is, overall, you mentioned that there are many improvements that the marketing plan could have to improve strategies to book events. It appears that the sum of these improvements needed could have helped the Stadium Authority a lot. So can you comment on the value of the current plan, and if changes were made and more oversight and transparency on information were provided, would the Stadium Authority benefit? The first couple of years from the Stadium Authority, we didn't even get a marketing plan. And finally, we did get a marketing plan. And to me, it was very, very minimal, very amateurish. And it was really substandard from the beginning. We've been asking all these questions for years about KPIs and all these things that we never achieved. So, you know, I see you made recommendations on what it should include, but I really want to know, you know, what would be the best plan for us to benefit from. All right, Executive Director, go ahead.
I want to thank Dave and Josh for their presentation, and I took notes to make sure that in the event that they didn't take notes, but I just want to clarify for purposes of the scope, because this is an area that we really focused on with the procurement as well as with the report that the consultants produced. And we went back to the March 10th, 2021 to watch the video on what was requested. And the request was for a third-party consultant to tell us what's wrong with the plan, and then that was reflected later in the budget document that the board approved. And it was stated here as the scope that, as we understood it based from listening to the March 10th, 2021, was to do an independent third-party consultant to review and assess the marketing plan. And so that's what we did in terms of presented the marketing plans that had been submitted by the stadium manager and provide them to subject matter experts so that they could tell us what's wrong, quote unquote, or to provide, I have more words here, to provide or offer solutions from an expert opinion of what what the marketing plan could be, how it could be improved. So there wasn't discussion about coming up with a template or the marketing plan or anything of that sort. And we were very diligent in just checking the record. And so I just want to be very clear that the scope as we understood it on March 10th and as set forward in the record, both on March 10th as well as in the budget, is what we implemented.
Thank you. So is it David or Josh, or you're going to tag team and answer the 200 questions we gave you?
I could. This is David. I could be the kind of MC here. I've been typing these questions in as they were said. You know, we may, you know, we'll answer them, you know, certainly as well as we can. We may ask for some clarification here or there on a couple of them. So I'll just start running through them, and when appropriate, I'm gonna prompt Josh to provide an answer too. So again, Josh gave a one-word answer to this one before we went into the whole list, but is Polestar considered a trade show? I would say yes. It was 2-3 weeks ago. Josh and I were both there, for what that's worth. But yes, the short answer, I don't know, you call that a trade show, a conference, or maybe a little bit of both. But yeah, the short answer is yes. So that could knock off that one. The next one I have about the importance of KPIs. Can we comment more on why they're important and how they'll help the authority and the manager? I could take a first shot at it, and maybe Josh could fill in anything else. I think, almost like, I don't want to be too broad, almost like anything else in life, it's important to have goals and to be able to know if you're meeting these goals or not, and to make any adjustments as you're going along, to make sure in the case of a stadium that, like I said before, that resources are being allocated in the right direction. We're talking about big numbers here generally for a public asset. So it's important to make sure you're on the right track. And ultimately, and I think I said something about this on one of the earlier slides, the ultimate goal here is, I think for both the authority and the manager, is to maximize usage of the stadium and the revenues for both parties. Josh, do you have anything else you want to add to that one?
Yeah, there are booking windows for both private and public events. And so a key market indicator would be how many of inquiries have we had for private events in this booking window for, let's say, the wedding season, or the trade show season. So understanding what the booking windows are, how many inquiries we've had, and then using that to determine, well, is this going to be a season where we're going to have fewer concerts because we've had fewer inquiries? And how do we improve the inquiries? How do we self-advocate? How do we go out and talk to more promoters and event producers? If they're not calling us, then we're losing this part of the business. That's a key performance indicator, that we're not getting enough calls, not getting enough inquiries. Why aren't we getting enough inquiries? Do we need to create a new turnkey, private event package that is actually mentioned in one of the marketing plans? But that's just an example of understanding what a key performance indicator could be for both the major events business and the private events businesses. How many inquiries are we getting in a specific window, and are those inquiries up or are they down? And then therefore, what can we expect the resulting season to be like with the number of events? So there's just an example.
Thanks, Josh. The next question I have, hopefully I get it right here, but regarding special event contracts and terms, and how or if the detail on the deal terms could impact event revenues. I'm going to let Josh handle the bulk of this, but certainly the every detail of the term of a contract with an event could certainly impact event revenues. Josh, since as the person who has done this for a living, do you want to handle that one?
Yeah, the deal terms, it's interesting with the, if we're talking major events, like the concerts, they're going to be fairly standard. The AEGs, the Live Nations are going to ask for the same thing. And so you're going to have kind of a standard deal that you'll be able to offer them as Levi Stadium, as the stadium manager, as the authority. When you get into some wiggle room, our local promoters, regional promoters, they may ask for specific things in their deals that are unique. They may not know about some of the revenue streams that you have, and they may not request those. So that allows you to make additional revenues or to maximize those revenue streams. So there are deal terms that are industry standard generally for Live Nation, AEG, and other major concert promoters, Outback, Beaver Productions. And then there are the deal points that you would have really for smaller events, smaller promoters. On the private event side, pretty standard deal terms. You know, you're dealing with the MCIs, meeting professional, MPIs, meeting professional international. You know, the representation there, it's all fairly standard when it comes to private events, what they're looking for, tables, tablecloths, you know, there are packages that they're seeking. And, you know, that industry, the meeting planners themselves are quite savvy. And so generally those are, for private events, very standard. Where you could get into unique deal points are big, major events. Like if Adobe came in and took over the whole stadium, instead of just using your suites for breakout rooms for meetings, if they came in and wanted to do something on the field and land a helicopter and do all those kinds of things, you're talking about some really unique deal points there because you're using the whole stadium. So hopefully that answers that question.
All right, thanks, Josh. I've got the next couple probably teed up for you too. How do relationships with stadium users impact bookings and negotiations? And by stadium users, I assume we're talking you know, people like concert promoters and the private and the businesses that could rent the stadium.
Yeah, relationships are everything. There's trust. We wrote a little line in the assessment. It's you know, promoters and those that seek to bring you major business look to build trust with you in a relationship. They also want to leverage you, so they want to be your best friends, but at the same time they want every bit they can get out of you. And so there's a back and forth and there's a trust. And you know, you say to those promoters and event users, we need to make money on this event. I can't do this event without us making some money. And so there's the back and forth, but that's all relationship driven. And building those relationships is so important, you know, when it comes to deals, especially when you're speaking of deals or events that aren't home runs. So, you know, Rolling Stones, that's a home run, right? So, but what if I brought in Rammstein? This is just an example now. That might be more of an outlier. You don't know how Rammstein might perform in the San Francisco market. And so, you know, an AEG might come in and say, we really need some help with this show. What can you do to help us with this show? And that becomes a very unique, you know, relationship and deal point. And if you're able to, agree to those terms and help the promoter through that event, then you got a friend for life because they're going to bring you more and more shows that might be on the fringe. And they know that they can work with you because they have a relationship. So there's an example.
All right, I'm going to keep you going now that you're warmed up, Josh. So I think the gist of this next question was the following here. Can parking prices impact attendance and revenues?
You know, yes and no. If it's a free event, for example, at the Coliseum, many years we had a free Cinco de Mayo event, but the parking was $20. Well, that's going to impact you, right? Because really what you're seeing is it's $20 to get into the event, even though it's a free event. So parking can have some impact. Again, I'm coming from the Los Angeles marketplace. People pay $100 to park. The NASCAR race that was just here at the Coliseum was $125 to park. So parking knows no ceiling here in Los Angeles. I think it really affects the smaller events. If you have more of the ethnic festivals, beer, wine, and food festivals, if you're charging high parking rates for a low ticket event, low dollar ticket event, it's a car show, hot import night, something like that, then yes, I do think that it does hurt the overall attendance.
All right, thanks, Josh. So that's the first set of questions. I'll move on to the next set, and I'll try to give you a break here for a second, Josh. The first question in this next set, how many concerts are doable in a year? You know, there is no one answer to that. You know, the good thing for a football stadium is that concert season is generally the opposite of football season. So you don't have to worry about schedules and teams using the stadium as much. You know, in a lot of ways, it's a function of what bands and how many bands are on tour in any given summer. And there are only so many bands that are stadium acts that could sell, you know, pick a number, 50, 60, 70,000 tickets a night. All of that said, to try to give you some sort of quantifiable answer, if you look around, say the NFL, and you look at how many, over time, how many concerts stadiums can do. Some stadiums, do no events because they're just not necessarily in that business. They're not as interested in it as others. Some stadiums are a lot more kind of aggressive in this area. But, the closest I can get to a specific answer is that it's kind of a typical strong year for an NFL stadium is a handful of concerts. And I know that's not a specific number, but I think it's a number in the single digits. I mean, I would say, Josh, would you say it's kind of unusual for any stadium, even the most kind of aggressive stadiums in the best situations, to do more than 10 concerts a season, major concerts?
Yeah. So, I think you have to kind of look at this through a couple of different lenses. So, for a stadium like Heinz Field in Pittsburgh, which is similar in size to Levi Stadium, 5 major concerts in one season is a really good season. Now, those are full bowl shows. At the Coliseum, I created a cut down, like a 3/4 house, where we would be able to do 35 to 40,000 in capacity. So it wasn't the full 55, 60. And there are more artists that can sell 35,000 tickets than there are artists that can sell 55,000 tickets. Believe it or not, there is a big threshold between that 20,000 tickets and sold. So I think the best way to answer that is at full bowl shows like Rolling Stones, Kenny Chesney, 5 shows like that a year would be a great year.
All right, thanks, Josh. The next question I have, the kind of the curfew situation for similar stadiums. Josh, do you want to take that one?
Well, the curfew, it's a question that comes up. Anytime you're negotiating with a promoter, they'll ask you that question. Sometimes it comes up first, and in this case, with this venue, with its apparent curfew issues in the past, it would come up probably in the first 5 questions the promoter would ask you, did you get your curfew worked out? Curfew is something that you really have to work with the community on, for them to understand the community, how much it would mean for you to have a Taylor Swift show, on a weeknight. There are so few Saturday and Sunday dates that are available for these big major tours. That's why now you're seeing the Monday nights, the Tuesday nights, the Wednesday nights. And I know those are the pain points because those are, weeknights, kids are going to school in the morning and, people are going back to work. So, really having a, relationship with the community to let them know how much it means and that you would be doing, a number of these, not 10 of them, maybe 5 of them a year, but curfew comes up. It is an issue. For some shows, I have to say, the ones that I have been involved with, and we've mentioned them here, Taylor Swift, Kenny Chesney, Jimmy Buffett, Brad Paisley. These shows go on at 9:30 and they end at 11. And, that's all they go. That's it. But there are some shows that go later. Guns N' Roses, they want to go until midnight. So it's kind of, when you sit down with a promoter and you're talking about an event, they'll let you know, hey, this band likes to play late. Is that going to be an issue? So you have to really approach that case by case.
Thanks, Josh. Next question about KPIs. What are some major ones that they should have? I'll take a first shot at it, and Josh, I'll let you build on top of that. To me, I think some of the kind of lower hanging fruit, or maybe the easier ones, relate to just usage and revenues of the stadium. Number of events by type of event, and maybe growth over time. Attendance similar, revenues similar. That's kind of my big picture answer. Josh, do you want to pick up on that?
Yeah, I mean, you just have to drill down on every aspect of your business. So when I say that, it's every line of revenue, right? Food and beverage. Are we meeting our KPIs in a specific section, right? So, if it's our club section, we really need to be making, I saw in the, marketing plans that they had made an upgrade that you all maybe have paid for in a club section for concession equipment. So, all right, that's great. We made that an investment. So what's the return on it? But let's figure out of the major events that we're hosting, how many beers are we really vending out of that area, and just keeping a tab on that. That could be a KPI. So that's one example of drilling down on your streams of revenue: food and beverage, parking, merchandise, private events, public events, weddings. I kind of put those separate. Um, you know, uh, trade shows. Um, some of these items kind of cross over between public and private, but um, just really sitting down with all the lines of business and understanding where you want to improve, and then setting an indicator to say, you know what, we're not going where we want to be. We're not going to be able to make up this uh, shortfall. If we have 5 events and our revenue's down, are we going to be able to make it up in the next 5? Well, that's why the KPI is there, so you can talk to your concessionaire and say, hey, we need more people out here to sell more beer, or we need more signs, or we need more advertising. So.
All right, thanks. Next question, given the stadium's location, demographics, and other characteristics, I believe is part of the question, how many events are feasible? I'm going to go back to the question about how many concerts are doable in a year, and it's a similar answer. So we've covered at least the full bowl stadium concerts, and obviously there's kind of a limited number of those in any given year. Beyond that, you're talking about a whole range of events, from the kind of, I think Josh mentioned an example of a potential like full stadium buyout by a major local corporation, on one end of the spectrum, to on the other end, something that, really small, short meeting with a small number of people that may have a little bit of food and beverage service, and everything in between. And if you count all of those, depending on how kind of aggressively you go after those and kind of what your competition is, I mean, that number could be in the dozens, it could be in the hundreds in any given year. And again, it includes all kinds and sizes of events. Josh, you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, it's good point. David's talking about a small event with, breakfasts, continental breakfast, and you have, 30 people in a room, and you have a projector, and you're doing a presentation, or you're doing 200 people up on the rooftop and you're having cocktails. There's going to be different revenue generated from each one of those. At the Coliseum, we were just getting our private events business started. But, we were looking for, over an annual year, we were looking for 100+ private events that we were be able to generate. And that's just a number that, we felt comfortable with. We were seeking to cultivate that year over year to continue to grow it. And we want renewals. And I did see that in the marketing plan, talk about renewals. The problem is we just don't know how many events they're actually doing. And when they say that they had 52%, this is just a number, but they had some high percentage of renewals. That's great, but how many was that? So just kind of frustrating. But I think 100 private events is doable over a 365-day year.
All right, thanks. Next question: what is the potential revenue to be generated from the non-NFL events? And kind of a similar answer. Obviously, it depends on the number of events, and as I said a minute ago, you've got the whole spectrum of events, from full bowl concerts to full stadium buyouts by a major company to the small, Chamber of Commerce breakfast, and everything in between. So it's hard to be too specific with that answer. Josh, could you maybe give a kind of a big picture, broad sense of kind of what some numbers, I guess, gross numbers could look like for maybe something on both ends of that spectrum, you know, maybe a full stadium concert and a small kind of catered event?
Yeah, I would just probably just give you a gross for the year. So, major events plus private events should be in the $5 to $8 million range, 5 being low, 8 being a good year. That's what should be generated. These big stadium shows, especially when you're dealing with the Live Nation, the AG, they want to participate in the ancillary revenue. Again, that's food and beverage, parking, merchandise, anything else. Also, of course, ticket rebates. So the secret's out. The major promoters know how these stadiums are generating revenue. And so they seek to participate in more of that revenue. They want it. And so you have to limit their ability to tap into your revenue streams. But I guess that's a long way of saying that it's not the kind of ancillary revenue that we used to enjoy, prior to, Live Nation and others getting into the stadium business. So I would think $5 to $8 million, somewhere in that range, would be 5 for a low year, 8 for a good year.
And that's, I want to make sure that's clear to everyone. That's a gross number to the stadium after the promoter gets its share, but before any kind of sharing with authority partner. Right. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Next question, and I might want to ask for some clarification on this. But if we were to make an alternate marketing plan, how would we do it? Not sure exactly what the question is there.
Yeah. Well, so my assessment of the marketing plans is that they are following the industry trends. Again, this was a summary that you'll find in our assessment. They're following the industry trends. They're seemingly making, the stadium manager making, decisions to upgrade certain areas of the stadium to, create new private event spaces. They brought in a chief revenue officer. They have a head of business development. They now have a head of major events. These are all industry trends that other venues that are active and are self-advocating are doing. So if we were seeking to create an alternate plan, when we talk about major events for Levi Stadium, we talk about full bowl or nothing at all. That's what I see in these plans. Now, if they're seeking to do half house or if they're seeking to do quarter house shows, I haven't seen that in the marketing plans. I have seen some discussion about more intimate events. So, just as an example, my view and what I did at the Coliseum, I created a smaller 10,000 capacity general admission, a flat venue called The Torch. And our intent there was to do 40 shows a year with bands that could do anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000 capacity. So we want to talk about an alternate marketing plan. That's really an alternate business plan. And so how do you reimagine space and really redeploy it and represent it, repackage it to the industry? So hopefully that answers that question.
Yeah, Councilman, did we answer that question? The way you intended it to be?
Yeah, so I was more looking into a straightforward, because as city manager mentioned the scope, what she mentioned, but to me personally, the scope was, hey, this is the plan we have right now. And here is an expert. The same plan would turn into this plan. That is our plan. So I can further dwell into it. Basically, what I can say is, because you have almost similar, like no two venues are exactly similar, but there are similar sort of venues. So if you can direct us to any public document, public alternate marketing plan for any other venues, which has been implemented into with a very good results, we would love to look at that. If you have not prepared that, but we would love to look at that.
I see. I see. Yeah, you
have experience. You have experience, good enough experience into various venues. So I would love to see two or three alternate marketing plans which differ from us and which have generated more revenue than ours, basically.
Got it. I'm not aware of too many, if any, others that are public documents for similar situations. We actually looked around to identify some ourselves, and I think in general, especially if just looking in the NFL, in a situation where there is an authority and a team and there's some sort of partnership there, either, and this wasn't a 100% comprehensive look, but we identified a few situations that we thought there might be something, and in general, the team was not required to really submit anything. And I think in those cases, it's generally because the partnership was less of a revenue share, and the authority didn't therefore share in revenues or benefit from increased usage of the stadium. So they weren't quite as, I don't want to say they weren't as interested, but it didn't affect them financially so much. That said, every team in every stadium, like Josh did at the Coliseum, prepares some version of this that is a private document internally, whether it's part of a partnership with an authority or not.
Yeah, David. Yeah, I mean, Raj, it's going to be proprietary. It's very competitive. You go to Polestar and you're talking to other venues that self-advocate, and it's all a very competitive landscape when it comes to marketing and what the plans are and what the business plans are. But I'm also unaware of, another entity like this one where you're paying a portion of or you're offsetting a portion of their expenses, and that there would be a public document that would be exchanged between the two entities. So it's all proprietary. It's a big business, and you can point to the major players in the concert industry for stadiums, and you can look and see what they're doing. But really, just observing from the outside, unless you have an insider such as myself, but not any others that I'm aware of, Raj.
I just want to add that Councilmember Chahal, I asked the same question. Is there a template or a model out there that we could look at? But the consultant report does offer a solution in that there is the public information on marketing efforts and strategies that have been shared publicly. And then there's the opportunity to do a proprietary plan for the Stadium Authority Board to understand the KPIs and how it's achieving more sensitive information around what is really taking place with behind the scenes that is special to the business endeavor. And so that's obviously something that the board can consider in terms of getting into the confidential proprietary information that supports the marketing efforts and plans.
And that's the point, like we are facing basically as a public entity. We have any document becomes a public document. And if we want to do something proprietary document, how we safeguard those confidentiality of those plans, like as Josh and David mentioned, that they are not public documents. So that's very competing interest on that. Like how we fulfill the goal of Stadium Authority making maximum money by protecting some of the marketing rights or marketing proprietary things, how we do that. That I think that's the point. We as a stadium board, as well as whosoever managing the stadium, we have to come sit together and find out the alternative ways how we can do that.
Yeah, the city attorney's office has worked through those issues, and we could, if that's a direction that the board would like to go, and that's certainly something that we could work through the city attorney's office to maintain proprietary information in support of a marketing plan.
Because this has been one of the concerns brought forward earlier too. And if we make our marketing plan like 100% open, everybody knows it. Like
Right.
they can use it basically. So there should be some safeguards into proprietary marketing plan, how we are doing it, proprietary contracts what are being signed or something. But that's my point. Thank you.
Hey, I want to make sure all the questions are answered. David and Josh, was that it for the questions?
Well, we've got your questions to go.
Yeah, I know. I was going to ask you because I haven't heard the answers yet. So.
No, that's the next set. That's the next and last set we have. Without further ado, this first one is I'm going to make it a two-part question regarding, we had a reference in our full report about the team's ticketing database not necessarily being adequate to support full ticket sales for other events, particularly what we had in mind when we were talking about that is the full bowl concert, for example. I'll take part A as how do others, I'll say other teams, other stadiums use their database. I'm going to turn that one over to Josh.
Okay, yeah. So, you know, the 49ers database, as we've laid out in our assessment, we've talked about the demographics of that and how that does not match up to every event that you have. So BTS, for example, being K-pop, is not going to match up with an older demographic. So the 49ers database is useful to a concert promoter, certainly because it's also 49ers branded as the message goes out for the event. So it looks as though that it's being endorsed, but it is not going to be the primary driver, not necessarily the primary driver of ticket sales. So the second half of the question was, you know, did Levi Stadium lose out on events due to not having a greater database? I think David, help me here. I'm kind of losing track.
Yeah, no, that was part B of the question. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I understood when I came into the Coliseum, it was so important for Live Nation and others for me to come in and really revamp the marketing plan for the venue. The venue needs to have its own brand. It needs to exist on its own, and it needs to have its own channels for which to, you know, disseminate content and to have its own followers. And promoters really rely heavily on the venue brand and the audience that the venue has to sell tickets. So 49ers ticket database, that's great, but we need more, and we need to find a following for the venue, you know, by concert goers or ticket buyers for events. And so how do you cultivate that? You know, for example, in New England, I think they're on their 15th year of their country music festival. So they cultivated a country music festival, an annual country music festival, and they do that every year, and they have that audience that they now broadcast to on an annual basis that is awaiting the announcement of yet another you know, show, and so that becomes an annuity. But back to the venue brand, it's so important to broadcast that out and to really fund it in a way that creates content and you know, something of interest for your followers to consume. And really promoters rely upon the venue brand to help sell tickets. And if your brand is not strong, they're going to shy away from you because you're not necessarily going to be able to help them sell tickets without the promoter spending more money on marketing. So for a venue that has a poor venue brand, they're going to have to spend more dollars in marketing, which is less money that they make. And if you're in a revenue share, less money that they make. You make as well. Sorry. Hopefully that answered that question.
All right. Thanks, Josh. Don't go anywhere because the next one, if I have this right, so it's about the special events industry in general. Kind of, again, a two-part question, and I think we may have touched on the second part at least, but common practices for booking, and how does the quality of a contract impact revenue? I think we may have already covered that second part.
This is for private events?
Well, yeah, special events in general. So I guess we're talking about everything from a concert to that, you know, chamber conference breakfast and everything in between.
And the contract.
Yeah, and how it affects revenue, which again, I believe we talked about in a different question, a different answer.
Okay, so contracts. You know, it's funny. Sometimes you don't even have a contract of a night of the show, but that doesn't mean that you don't have an agreement. Generally, you have an agreement up front before you know, obviously put the ticket, you know, the show on sale. You always want to have a contract, you know, 24 hours or 48 hours prior on sale, but there would be an agreement in place prior to that, prior to the contract. The contract sometimes takes, you know, lawyers back and forth. There can be items that are in there. The Coliseum had a contract where we had some issues with brands, Pac-12 brands, and we had to cover some things in the venue. They're very, you know, for each contract there are some bugaboos, and so they have to be worked through. But an agreement is generally in place. You know, as soon as the inquiry is made, a week's time goes by, that you're working back and forth numbers, you're providing them back to the promoter. They're determining whether or not, you know, the artist and artist management want to play your venue and how it works into their routing. And usually within the initial inquiry, you have some kind of agreement in place within the first 2 weeks. The contract comes later. Does that answer that question?
I believe so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Last question I have about improvements to the plan, and if there's more transparency with the authority benefit. I think, I mean, in my mind, the kind of obvious answer to that question, you know, is yes, that everyone should benefit if there's more transparency. To go back to what we said in the presentation, you know, at the very least, more transparency will allow everyone to have at least the best available information, which will allow you to, you know, will then affect kind of the, you know, later, you know, strategies, allocating resources, et cetera. Make sure that you are going after the right kinds of events, making the right kind of deals, passing on events potentially that don't make sense for you. But you know, it will give you a full picture of the stadium's position, and again, kind of guide all, you know, later downstream strategies. Josh, anything else to add on to that?
You know, venue development or redevelopment, you know, Levi's has been operating for, you know, a few years now, and you know, understanding what more you can offer the marketplace. That's what I had to do at the Coliseum. So, you know, you're thinking about making improvements to the venue. You know, what are the niches that are currently unfulfilled in your market? And for us in LA, it was a 10,000 person general admission concert venue. There was nothing like that in downtown LA. So we made the investment. We repurposed the venue. So, you know, I think, you know, stadium manager working with the stadium authority to understand, okay, this is what promoters are asking for. We don't have it. This is what we're going to need to get it. And this is the return on investment. So yeah, absolutely transparent back and forth. Can you help us out here? We need this improvement. This is what it's going to mean for us. We're going to take a risk on this. Let's try and work this together. Yeah.
All right. Thanks. Those are the questions we have, at least for now.
Okay, thank you very much. I was going to go to the public now, and then we can come back to the Stadium Authority Board. Is there any member of the public that would like to comment on this report? I don't see any. Assistant City Clerk of the Stadium Authority Board, do you see?
Madam Chair, I do not have any written comments on this.
And no written comments. Okay, now coming back to the Stadium Authority Board, I think the staff recommendation is to note and file this marketing plan assessment. And if the board desires to have the draft marketing plan updated to incorporate this feedback and to give direction to the stadium manager to, which I assume, yeah, they have this report, to update their marketing plan to maybe look at some of these suggestions. Authority Member Park.
Yeah, a couple more questions. I'm just curious, Mr. Stone and Mr. Rooney. Thank you very much for the report. But when did you work with the Oakland Coliseum Authority? Just curious what years those were. And do you know how many concerts the Oakland Coliseum has had in its over 50-year history? And then do you also know how many concerts that our stadium has had in its tenure, in its history? And after that, I'm ready to make a motion.
All right, let's go through the council then before, if there's more questions. Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank Josh and David again for the information that you provided to us tonight. You have, really given a lot of insight on a lot of issues that that we have had since 2014. And I really hope that we can take all of this now and put it to good use. One thing that the stadium, just so for your point of reference, the stadium is in my district. And so one of the issues that we've had is regards the curfew. And I was really glad that you touched upon the curfew and talked about how it's a case by case, issue in a lot of places. And one of the, when I was doing some research on this, the Rose Bowl, for instance, I had read that it's the curfew is 10 o'clock. But then somebody tried to contradict me and say that I was wrong. But however, I reached out to them to find out exactly. I reached out to the city manager there to find out that the curfew is actually 10 o'clock. But they have the ability to lift it in certain circumstances. Yeah. I was glad to hear that because, like you were saying, Josh, each case is different, and so especially if you're looking to target 5 events a year, not all of those events are going to be on the weekend. So like you were saying, Saturday and Sunday, they are a little bit hard to fill. So I really appreciated that insight so that we, as a council can make some really good decisions to make this, stadium profitable for the Stadium Authority and the City of Santa Clara. So again, thank you for everything you've provided.
Thank you. Anyone else have comments? Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you. Josh and David, did you contact stadium manager for their feedback or any questions you might have wanted to clarify from them? Or you never contacted the current management, stadium manager, basically?
Okay, do we have any other questions? Is that your only question?
Yep.
Okay, all right. I don't, the questions from Authority Member Park, I don't know if you happen to have that specific information available.
I'll be as specific as I can.
Okay.
For the 3 questions, the first one's a little bit easier than the others. When did I do the work for the authority? It was it was about 2013, 2014, and that was the specific work we did was a feasibility and economic impact study for a new stadium for the Raiders, and we know what happened there because they're the Las Vegas Raiders there now. Trying to identify the feasibility of a new stadium and surrounding development that could help fund a stadium. And we identified a very large funding gap. I think I want to say $300 or $600 million that needed to be identified to make the project work. And again, they're the Las Vegas Raiders now. That's where that funding gap was filled. How many concerts has that stadium done in its 50 years? I don't know the exact number. I know in recent years, it does the occasional concerts. As we've said, there are only so many stadium concerts. I believe last summer it did a couple. I know it tends to do some of its bigger bowl events tend to be like monster truck type events, but they'll get the occasional concert. So it's limited, but I don't have a specific number, especially if you go back beyond, say, the last decade. I could look it up, but I don't know off the top of my head. And the number of concerts that Levi's has done in its 8+ or minus year history. Again, I don't know that number off the top of my head. We could look it up pretty quickly to get very close, but it's, we know there have been a number of these kind of big full bowl concerts. But I don't know the exact number now.
Okay.
The next one about the Rose Bowl curfew, I don't think there's a question attached to it, so I don't think there's anything for us to answer there. The last question, did we contact the stadium manager for feedback? And the short answer is no. Our scope was focused on assessing what was printed in or what appeared in the documents themselves.
Okay. I think that was it. All right, council, we have a staff recommendation, Stadium Authority Board. We have a staff recommendation. Is there a motion for that?
I'd like to make a motion.
All right.
To make a motion to adopt staff recommendation to note and file the Levi Stadium Marketing Plan assessments by Stone Planning and the Rooney Sports and Entertainment Group.
I'll second.
Does that also include giving this to the stadium manager to incorporate into the 2022 marketing plan?
We can give this to the stadium managers for feedback, but I don't know that there's anything specific to incorporate.
There's about 25 things to incorporate. So it's quite specific.
Yeah.
So
are you saying that we spent this money to do this and you're not referring it to them? And I really would like to know why you wouldn't do that.
I'm saying that at some point, I would have thought that they would have asked more questions. I would have thought that they would have had the information on how many concerts that they had. They would know how many concerts that Oakland Coliseum Authority had in its 50 years. And they would have used those numbers and even the Rose Bowl, so I'm looking at those numbers now, to actually come up with a number that makes it interesting for our stadium. Also, I would have thought that they would have come around and asked a little bit more local people here. I mean, they're working pretty far away. I know they're doing a lot of data research, but I don't know that they've actually come here to do that. I'm also looking at the letter from Emily Matthews. I understand it is from the 49ers, but at the same time, regardless of who says it, there are a lot of good points in this letter. And at this point, I'm going to stick with my original motion of note and file. Thank you.
Authority member Watanabe.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I was actually going to ask to make an amendment to the motion to include the information that we've received this evening, and because I think it is pertinent. A lot of issues were touched upon that I believe are really going to help make a difference in how the stadium operates. And so I think it is pertinent that this information be attached, and I would ask the maker of the motion to please add this very pertinent information to what has been provided, and along with and note and file with everything that we've received this evening.
Maybe make that a substitute motion, since he would not accept it in the first place.
I'm happy to make it a substitute motion to note and file and include the additional information that was received this evening through the questions and answers by Stone and Associates.
And I'll second that.
Thank you.
I'm going to say there's no reason not to pass this on. This authority board asked for this information. They brought it back, and it's puzzling to me. I actually think it's a great report because it can help Manco with the deficiencies in the marketing plan, because the goal is for all of us, both the Stadium Authority, ultimately the City of Santa Clara, and Manco, to generate income from the stadium, which is what most of this authority board talks about all the time. So we are paying them a lot of money to manage the stadium, to market the stadium. And here we are actually doing the work for them and helping them to improve the marketing plan so that we can generate more income. And the fact that that we're not passing it on to them is really, it's very puzzling to me, because I thought that that is what we are supposed to be doing. I don't know what the significance of Oakland Coliseum number of concerts has to do with anything that we're talking about right now, because I think it was a very professional report. And I understand if Manco, the 49ers, if they don't like what they hear, they professionally and personally attack people. I mean, that's what that letter was from their lobbyist and everything. I mean, that is par for the course, personal and professional attacks. But in this case, this is a report that will help them and ultimately help the Stadium Authority and the City of Santa Clara. I don't think we've made money for performance rents since prior to 2018. I don't think we've made any money at all, and that was before the pandemic. So I think that any help that we can give is beneficial, really beneficial to the Stadium Authority and Manco. And I think this report does that. So part of the revenue that is supposed to be paid for the stadium is partially from ground rent and partially from performance rent, and ground rent and performance rent equal fair market value rent for the city. And we haven't gotten that in, I think, since prior to 2018. So I think this helps them and it helps us in the long run. So I am all for staff recommendation to pass this on. Authority Member Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So Council Member or Authority Member Park, I think he asked the really appropriate questions. And if anyone that has any intelligence or, investigating background, they will research the years that the individuals that are presenting tonight, the years that they were working in the city of Oakland. If anyone has any intelligence, they would actually research certain time periods that match up with our current administration. So that's just my concern, and I'm really glad that Councilmember Park asked those questions.
Again, personal attacks are really not beneficial at all. Authority Member Chahal.
It's not personal.
And Authority Member Chahal, you're finished, please. Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you. So comparative studies about the demographics and the location are very important. So asking those pertinent questions, like, because we are a stadium, there are not many, there are not hundreds of stadiums in United States, right? So we have to do a comparative study, like how we are doing, how the other stadiums are doing. So asking a question about that is, should be taken positively. It should not be taken negatively to me. Like when Pepsi is planning their ad campaign or marketing plan, they always look at, hey, what's Coke doing? What are they doing better, which we can improve ourselves? What are their numbers, which is their market? So these are comparative things in marketing. So we have to look at those numbers of other stadiums. So there is no, it should not be taken that is a wrong notion that we cannot ask that question. So that's my first question. Second thing, I take it like it defeats the purpose, like when we are not even, we did not even, our consultant did not even talk to the stadium manager because that discussion would lead us to something better. Like I know sometimes written material is not a complete picture, basically. Like just now we found out there are, being a public entity, there are certain things we cannot protect ourselves. So the discussion with stadium manager before submitting this report, I would have loved to see that, like what are their constraints, what are their good things, where they are lacking. Maybe they were forthright on that. So that part, I'm really missing that part. Like we should have had our consultant should have had a session with those current operations and found out in reality what is going on, basically. Next is feedback, right? To me, yeah, this is a public report and it should be given to them and let them come up with their feedback on that. I'm okay with it because that's the right way of doing it for that matter. That's it.
Thank you. City Executive Director.
I just, and Dave and Josh are on the phone too, they can clarify. Once again, there is a false allegation, and I can confirm for the board as well as the members of the public watching that I had nothing to do with the selection of David Stone or Josh's group. I did not participate in the procurement process. In fact, what we did, because we knew that conspiracies come up as they do, and it's not a surprise, we had a panel that was comprised of one city staff member, a representative from the DMO of the city of Monterey, as well as an individual from the city of Pittsburgh for their authority. And so I did not participate in the selection. And in fact, I knew that this kind of activity would come up, and David and Josh can confirm that the first time I met with them was last Thursday, I believe it was either Thursday or Friday, where we went through the report and began to prepare for the presentation, because I knew that that's the narrative that people would want out there as conspiracies. And so David and Josh can speak freely around who interviewed them, how they were selected, that I did not meet with them in the time that they were doing the marketing plan. I also want to add to the scope, and in terms of expectations, we watched the video. We were very clear in developing the scope as before this went out for procurement and making sure that it was consistent. It was in the budget and it was scoped appropriately. If the council or board wants that level of engagement, then it needs to be clear about the specifications. At no time are we asked to present a template or a draft marketing plan or engage with the stadium manager. The direction that we received on March 10th and through the budget, and that's the reason why it fell in at the lower end, was to review and assess the marketing plans, and that's what they did. And so I apologize, Councilmember Shahal, if you had a different expectation, but I can tell you, this is an area where we knew that these types of conspiracies or allegations of false allegations of who's trying to influence or the scope, we were very deliberate in the methodology that we put in place.
Yeah, you don't have to apologize, but my point, I had been like, I know this was the topic I discussed in probably in 2020 or 2019 also.
Right.
And at that time also I mentioned, okay, we are trying to point out lacunas in the report. At that time I said, let us give them an alternate plan. And that was I can go back and check out but that was my, whenever this topic came up, I was trying to come up with a solution. Let's give them an alternate plan. Hey, your plan is not working. This is our plan. Can you follow that? So that's the perspective I thought in my head. And that's the reason I think we differ on the scope. I know,
right?
Even if my scope was there, this scope would have been there, but I wanted an ultimate solution. Hey, okay, can you follow this plan? Basically, that was my perspective.
And authority, thank you. Authority Member Chahal, this is a suggestions for them to include in their plan. I'm not seeing the difference between what you said and what is before us now. These are suggestions that they can take, incorporate in their plan, and then we have a very much improved marketing plan. So I don't know what, that's how I see this. It's I don't know why we're making it negative. It's a positive thing. It's to improve the marketing plan. So ultimately we're all successful. So that's what I see. That's why I don't understand that you're not even wanting to, not you, but others may not want to refer this to Manco to improve their marketing plan. Like, we're helping them. This is a strategic plan for them. So that's how I see that. City Executive Director, your hand's still up.
I'm sorry. And at some point, if Dave and Josh can just clarify the record, because I just know how rampant conspiracy theories are with respect to conflicts of interest or undue influence.
Sure, I'll speak. I'm kind of putting pieces together here, and I correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like, Deanna, that, well, number one, yes, the first time we had any communication with you was Friday afternoon when we spoke. But the other pieces I think I'm putting together is that it sounds like you were in Oakland when I did that study 8 or so years ago. If so, I don't know if we met. I'm sorry if I don't remember you, but I'm again trying to put these pieces together. I guess that's what the implication is. I don't remember meeting you or knowing you were there 8 years ago, if that's what the implication was. And if we did meet and I knew you then, I'm sorry, I don't remember you from then.
Okay, so we have a motion and a substitute motion on the floor. So first we go with the substitute motion, and that is to include Authority Member Watanabe, item number 2 with item number 1, the full staff recommendation.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And I
Yes,
second that.
Yeah. And I
So-
just want to add, Mayor, forgive me, there was a point made by Josh this evening, and I have it in my notes here regarding making improvements, how you can make improvements, and doing that is by having more transparency. And so that's what this whole report is about. Sharing is transparency, because it'll help improve, like you have just said. So I totally don't understand why there's a big deal being made about this, but it will make a difference. So that's why I'm glad you suggested a substitute motion.
Thank you. So Assistant Stadium Authority Clerk, this is just to include staff recommendation 1 and 2.
So just for clarification, the
Yes.
first motion we will take, or the board will take up, is to whether or not they would like to move forward with the substitute motion.
Right, correct. So that's what this vote is on.
Yes, correct.
Madam Mayor, can I make a comment?
All right, go ahead.
So, as I mentioned earlier, like, there was no discussion with our consultant and the stadium manager.
Okay, we went through that. I'm sorry, I don't want repeats because that
No,
wasn't in the scope.
It has a relevance to recommendation number 2, because recommendation number 2 is being mentioned, a requested update to submit the revised 22 marketing plan for board action at March 15 meeting. Basically, we are imposing that on them without their feedback.
Authority Executive Director, can you explain what number 2 means, please?
Let me get to that.
You can oppose with no feedback. So could you please explain number 2?
As part of the annual process, the stadium manager presents a marketing plan as through part of the budget process, of which both parties need to agree to. And so if you recall, in past years, this board has not been able to take action on the marketing plans because it has expressed an interest in receiving greater levels of data, KPIs, as well as other information. And so that is what culminated into the direction that we received last year, in that there had been no changes to the marketing plan in prior years based on the board's former input. And so what we attempted to do was to complete the scope that was directed to us in a timely manner, because before the end of March, this board will be presented with a budget, and of which the marketing plan is a milestone to reach agreement on. And so because the draft is still in, because the marketing plan by the stadium manager is still in draft, there is an opportunity for the stadium manager to look at the input, perhaps meet with the consultants if that's the pleasure of this board, and begin to look at the solutions that were presented so that some could be integrated and some perhaps a proprietary version of a marketing plan for this board to receive and understand what are the areas of which they can make improvements in their marketing plan for the stadium authority to have a greater level of oversight or understanding of the strategies that they're employing. So that was one of the key recommendations, is that there could be a public version, and then there could be the proprietary version, as this board has expressed in the past an interest in knowing what are the strategies that they're putting in place. And so all of that was designed with the weeks ahead for them to still have time, so that before the end of March, if there's agreement from the board, the marketing plan could be approved.
And with that, that's my point. Like, we have to take their feedback. If we have not submitted, they do not know what are the changes being put forward by the consultant, and I think they have a right to come back. Hey, this is our take on this thing. This is the reason ABC is correct, or ABC XYZ is not correct. So that feedback, instead of asking them to submit a new plan by that time, but let them give a feedback on this, just like the discussion we all are having right now. What is good, what's not bad? We have some questions, we got some answers. So I want them to look at this thing and then give a feedback to us. That's my point. I'm not saying that they don't need to give any feedback. They need to give a feedback, and after that they can submit a draft final plan, basically. That's my only change. Instead of asking them directly to change the plan according to these submissions by our consultant, I don't agree to that. Like, if we want to make a collaborative good solution, we have to look at the other side. Let them also review it and come back with these are our suggestions too, on top of it, what has been submitted to us.
Okay, so we can say, give it to them and get the feedback back. We already got a letter from their lobbyists, so we can say, here's the information, and get back to us by the budget approval, right? Isn't that when the marketing plan is supposed to be approved, Executive Director?
Yes, or the board could suggest some key themes that presented in today's consultant report that it would like to see reflected as change, so that the stadium manager has some instruction that the key areas from the board that you all, as part of your review and approval process, would be able to send a message to the stadium manager. These are the areas that we want to see, have access to the consultants as to why they're important, and then go from there.
Well, why can't we, do we have to pick apart the report right now, or can we just say, here's the report?
That can be done as well.
Why are we complicating all this?
Basically, this is a board that has not been able to approve the marketing plan, and that should be considered significant because there had been concerns.
Right.
And if there is some information in here, some of which can be adopted and integrated, some of which can't, and that's for them to respond. And if there's certain areas that the board is interested in, then you can certainly send a message to the stadium manager. These are the things that I think are important and would like to see how they're addressed. And of course, there can be discussions with the consultants. That certainly can happen.
Okay, so let's do that. Refer this back for a response with making the consultants available. I'm sure that's an amended contract, making the consultants available, and come back with a better marketing plan.
Response, right?
Okay.
Yep.
Can we add that to the motion?
That's what I was just going to suggest.
Yeah. Okay, let's add that. Okay.
Could I have that repeated, please, or clarified? Are we dropping the substitute motion? Or
well, it just depends, because I'm not sure the maker of the main motion will entertain that. So we can try that. That we refer the marketing plan to Manco for their response and accessibility to the authors of the assessment, and to return back with an updated marketing plan. Is that reasonable? Okay. Maker of the motion, Authority Member Park. Is that reasonable to add to your note and file?
Sure, but can I hear the full motion from the clerk?
Yes.
Okay.
Note and file and refer marketing plan to Manco for their response and accessibility to the author of the assessment, and to return back with an updated marketing plan.
Yes, sure.
Okay. Very
That
good.
that includes the recommendations that have been made this evening. The questions and recommendations.
It includes the note and file and what was just said.
Okay.
You want to repeat that again, clerk?
Sure.
Stadium Authority.
Note and file and refer marketing plan to Manco for their response and accessibility to the author of the assessment, and to return back with an updated marketing plan.
Okay.
Yes, I'll absolutely support that. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Authority member clerk, roll call vote, please.
We have members of the public with their hands up.
I already went to the public, so roll call vote, please.
Just a moment.
Madam Mayor, just as a point of clarification, in the past, you have taken public comments multiple times.
You're okay.
You have taken, don't get me wrong.
I'm running the meeting. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out.
Excuse me. Yes, I know you love to point that out. Thank you. I'm going through our procedure, and this is what we're doing. Roll call vote, please.
In the past, we did not do this.
Excuse me. I have asked you to stop. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe, Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Board Member Hardy. Saw she was on the line earlier. Okay, Board Member Park.
Yes.
Board Member Becker.
Yes.
And Chair Gilmore.
Yes.
And I'm gonna try Board Member Hardy once again. So I see her. Okay.
Okay, that passes 5 with 2 absent. Thank you. All right, we're going to go back now to item number 7, which is, no, item number 6, which is discussion and action on Councilmember Hardy's request to consider a resolution to support the bid to FIFA for the 2026 World Cup and related events. So, City Manager, this is a City of Santa Clara request, correct? It's under city, not stadium.
Yes, we drafted it as a
city resolution. Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, do we have Councilmember Hardy here in attendance? I see her name. Okay, City Manager, would you like to start your report maybe? And maybe she'll join us. Councilmember Shahal said he's not able to make the.
I have a brief presentation.
Okay, let's
review.
get that started, and maybe somebody can text Councilmember Hardy to come and join us. Why don't you start?
If we could have the presentation pulled up. So let's go to the next slide. So the draft.
Alternate course of action. I have an alternate course of action.
What's your alternate course of action?
Which is if we can't get Councilmember Hardy on the line, then I would like to continue this item to the next meeting.
Okay, well, okay. I thought it was time sensitive. All right, is that a motion to continue?
I would, if we can try to get Councilmember Hardy on.
Well, we're not waiting all night. She's been on the line, but if she's not responding, so either we go ahead with this or we continue. I'm prepared to move ahead.
Mayor,
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I have Councilmember Hardy on the line and she's trying to unmute.
Okay. So
Give me, I don't know if you could call a recess for 5 minutes.
okay, recess 5 minutes. All right, here we go. It's 10:26, so 10:30, 4 minutes, okay? All right, 10:30, we'll be back. Manager?
Or can we get the presentation up, please? So the purpose of the draft FIFA resolution before the City Council today is to affirm the City of Santa Clara support for the 2026 World Cup event. The city first affirmed its support for FIFA 2026 World Cup and related events in a letter signed by Mayor Gilmore on August 31st, 2017. That letter stands as the basis for today's draft FIFA resolution and was coordinated with the City Attorney's Office as well as Councilmember Hardy. The draft resolution is solely to communicate as a full City Council on the part of the City of Santa Clara support for FIFA's 2026 World Cup and related events. The draft resolution does not commit the city to any funding or resource obligations. Next slide. There are some pending issues as referenced in the report that would need to be addressed as we continue to proceed, and that is that we want to understand more about the 2026 World Cup bid for specific use of Levi Stadium as submitted by Mr. Alguido, who signed on to the bid as chairperson president on behalf of the 49ers Stadium Management Company, which establishes it as a stadium authority non-NFL event. Alguido is not a chairperson, nor does that role exist for the 49ers Stadium Management. However, we do know that he is the chairperson for the Bay Area Host Committee. As a non-NFL event, this continues to advance through the process. There are some obligations that need to be addressed, and we just want to make sure that there's transparency as well as the issue with respect to the chairperson/president signature. Next slide. So pending issues are the Stadium Authority understanding the expenditure and revenue assumptions for the Stadium Authority. You can recall on a couple of years ago, there was the CFP event where there was projected losses, managing potential conflicts of interest between involved agencies and understanding who's making decisions, clear understanding of FIFA. There is a June 30th, 2022 milestone and how that will be achieved in absence of any information on the part of the city and the Stadium Authority and the use of the publicly owned stadium. We need agreement on how to safeguard the city and the Stadium Authority from any financial obligations outlined in FIFA's overview of government guarantees and government declarations, as well as compliance with Measure J. Next slide. So and Sue, the Assistant City Attorney can go into more detail, but given the unknowns, staff is prevented from fully assessing whether there are conflicts of interest, and if they do exist, if staff is unable to present or determine whether such interest constitutes a preclusive conflicts or how to mitigate those measures. The void of pertinent information prevents Stadium Authority staff from fully advising the board on these issues. And I just want to go through a couple of diagrams here so that it's clear as conflicts of interest and understanding the relationships can be somewhat confusing. So let's go to the next slide. Oh, these are the government guarantees. So as I mentioned earlier, there was a time when there was mention being made about the local government is not involved or the Stadium Authority is not involved. We can confirm this is a non-NFL event, as well as there are some government guarantees, particularly as I've read into the record before, of safety and security. It's also unclear to what extent local agencies would be able to make the described declarations that FIFA has requested. We know that there are some declarations, we don't know the status, and some of which require the hosting city, and we assume that's where the stadium would be located and what those obligations and commitments. It's just lack of information in terms of what deliverables are required. The city and the Stadium Authority need more information about the reference declarations in the bid and whether the city needs to take action as a local agency, as I just mentioned. Next slide. There's also a host city declaration template that the city will adopt all measures and enact all necessary laws, ordinances, and regulations, including local, which may be required in order to ensure full compliance with the present host city declarations. And so if there's ordinances or laws or any other regulations that need to be adopted by the city council, then we still have no information about that. And if anybody has information, it sure would be nice to receive so that we can begin to build that into the work plan. It is unknown whether as I mentioned, the June 30th milestone is still in effect and what are the obligations of the city. Next. So just want to walk you through the conflicts of interest and why this is important to unbundle early on, because obviously it could create a large web that could be very difficult to understand in the end, how the financials roll for this event. As you know, the Stadium Authority is a JPA of the City of Santa Clara, and it has two parts: the management company, for which Al Guido serves as president, and the stadium company, for which Al Guido has also represented. He serves as president. Manco side is where the FIFA non-NFL event resides, and it is an authorized event under the management company as a ticketed event. Next slide. In terms of understanding the Bay Area Host Committee, we understand that on that, Mr. Al Guido serves as the board president chairperson. He also serves as the 49ers Football Company, LLC, as the president. And when you do a quick review of the Bay Area Host Committee, you find it under the 49ers Football Company team's front office, where it does provide some staff information. Of note is that the Bay Area Host Committee defines itself as a nonprofit with a mission to support FIFA World Cup 2026. Next slide. So the issue here is that if we look at the FIFA as a non-NFL event, and it's represented as the Bay Area Host Committee providing or supporting the efforts to have the FIFA at Levi Stadium, Bay Area Host Committee has no legal relationship with the Stadium Authority for booking events. And so we need a legal construct of how to get there, where the FIFA can be either assumed and assigned over to the Bay Area Host Committee. The problem is in terms of managing conflicts, and again, Sue can speak to the legal issues of what are the issues that we need to work through to prevent the conflicts of interest, is that Mr. Al Guido has represented himself on both sides of the contract. On the one hand, he's speaking for the Bay Area Host Committee, which would be the assumer and who the event is assigned to. On the other hand, he serves as the president of management company, for which he has the legal authority to commit the Stadium Authority to this non-NFL event. And so for purposes of avoiding conflicts of interest, you have to make sure that one individual doesn't serve on both sides of the contract. And so we have mentioned this to Councilmember Hardy, as well as I've sent a couple of emails to council members that if anyone has any information as to how this is being managed, where Mr. Al Guido is serving on both sides, Sue and I would like that information so that we can get to a valid agreement that could pass the conflict of interest laws or filters or reviews. So Sue, I'll just allow for you to add more comment as I know you have some comments with respect to the different representations that Mr. Al Guido or the different hats that he's playing.
Thank you, Deanna. Yes, you've actually covered it really well, and we actually covered it in the RTC as well. But just to sort of give some highlights here, like you said, you have certain individuals who are named on behalf of SCSA, filing Form 700s as consultants on behalf of SCSA, in their role also as Manco, and also with the Bay Area Host Committee. And the concern here is that if this process, if the format that this takes is similar to prior large-scale events, like, for example, the football championship game, then the format we're going to use to ensure that Measure J is complied with, ensure that there's a backstop for the public entity with regard to losses, things of that nature, that process would take, as is shown here on the slide, likely the form of an assumption and assignment agreement to the host committee. So that's just like Deanna was saying earlier, that the issue with regard to both Political Reform Act and 1090, and 1090 being a little bit more concerning after the Salobi decision, is that if you have a person contracting on behalf of a public entity, and that contract, that person's on both sides of the deal essentially, such that the contract they're making on behalf of the entity also results in a preclusive conflict for a personal financial position, such as with the Bay Area Host Committee. That situation may result in triggering 1090, which could void the contract entirely, which is obviously antithetical to what we're trying to achieve by going into that kind of a deal. And so the only way that we can properly advise this board, the only way that we can ensure that the manner in which we structure this deal is compliant and will survive in the event that it is challenged, let's say, for example, by a member of the public. The only way that we can ensure that is to make sure that we do in fact receive all of the relevant information. We need to understand what the deal points look like. We need to understand who the parties to the deals are going to be. We need to understand what additional requirements may be imposed by international or national entities that have a say in how this event will move forward. So essentially, all of those things that we would look at to make a determination as to whether or not this is a deal that we could structure in a manner in which is beneficial to the public agency. All of those things we need to understand before we sort of take the first contractual step. So that's sort of where we are from the perspective of staff who has to provide you with advice about what the consequences are of various things. We need a lot more information. That all said, what's before you today, the resolution that's before you today, we believe does not actually obligate you to take any of these steps. There are no promises with regard to entering into any kind of future agreements contained in this resolution. So just to make sure we're all on the same page with regard to what's actually before you today. Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay. Is that City Manager, are you finished with the report? Thank you. We do have Councilmember Hardy on the phone right now, and so she's able to join us. And it was Councilmember Hardy that proposed this a little bit back. So I'm hoping she will give us a presentation and hopefully answer some of Deanna's City Manager's pending questions. So Councilmember Hardy, are you there? Where'd you go?
I am
There you
here.
are. I see you now. Okay.
I am here.
Okay,
and
go
I
ahead.
apologize for the background music and sound. I am in Disneyland and found the quietest place I could, but it is my grandchildren's 3rd birthday today, and so I am in Disneyland with them, but I felt this was very important. I appreciate what Sue said at the end, because all this is a resolution saying that we are excited about the idea of hosting FIFA World Cup events. I took the City of Minneapolis's resolution. I took the letter that the mayor wrote in 2017, and I took some of the presentation that El Guido did, wrote a draft, turned that into the city manager and the city attorney, and they in part helped me to work out, because I'm not a lawyer, work out the details. So this is just a resolution saying that we are excited about the idea of having the FIFA World Cup events here. This is not any of the details. This is not anything more than that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Hardy, because last time we talked about this, I thought you were going to bring us the bid for Santa Clara, but I didn't see it, and I didn't know if you could answer any of the city manager's concerns about the conflicts of interest.
If you want to answer to that, because this is not where we're at in the process. The process is just, we have not been even accepted as a city, and that would have to happen first. So this is just a resolution saying that the city council is very open and I hope excited about this idea of hosting FIFA World Cup events at Levi Stadium. That's all this resolution does.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Hardy. Councilmember Park, your hand is up.
That was up from before.
Okay, thank you. Council comments, questions? Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. You are the mayor, right?
Yeah, right now I am, yeah.
Okay, so based on what Sue and the city manager have talked about in terms of these conflicts of interests, I have serious reservations, and I heard what was said about this just being a resolution, just saying we're happy to consider FIFA coming to Santa Clara, show support, but my understanding was where is the bid? I mean, there has to be a bid somewhere. I mean, I borrowed, I hope y'all can see this. I borrowed former council member Teresa O'Neill's Super Bowl binder, and that has closed session materials inside, and it's from 2013. But what I found very interesting was there is something from the NFL dated back in November 2012 about the Super Bowl 50-51 host city bid specifications and requirements. And that was given to the city council so that they could start closed session discussions in moving forward, so that they could come up with resolutions and be a part of the bid package to submit, which was then a decision was made in May, I think it was May 21st, 2013. So they had all this information, like 6-7 months ahead of time, so that they could then, and Mayor, you may remember this, or you were part of it, put together a plan and work together. And we're not getting any of this. And isn't there supposed to be a decision made about the host cities for FIFA in the spring, like in the next month or so? And didn't I hear something about the governor coming to Santa Clara in March to be a part of this announcement? So I mean, I don't understand why we're looking at a resolution. We're going to make a decision about a resolution, and it's February 22nd, and a decision is going to be made when? And when are we going to get the materials? And know for sure what Santa Clara's part is going to be in this, and whether or not Al Guido has a conflict of interest. He has a conflict of interest, and this is just all very very disconcerting to me. There are a lot of questions that need to be asked, and frankly, I still have an issue with the fact that the 49ers, Al Guido, nobody is here to bring this before the council and talk about it and present it, instead of using a council member as a messenger. And she is not an attorney. She's taking information, writing resolutions when it's something that our staff should be doing. But of course, we don't have a city attorney anymore. And we have Sue, who's doing a fine job filling in until we get somebody, but still, we don't have somebody who could answer these questions and give us answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to make a motion to adopt the draft resolution to show our support for the FIFA 2022 coming to Santa Clara and Levi Stadium.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. So we have heard from community hotels, community economic impact of this thing. And here we are not even ready to make a resolution to support something coming to our city. And this is a big disconnect. Like, I remember I saw Mayor Gilmore made a similar letter. I'm not sure whether, my question to staff is, was that letter sent by only Mayor Gilmore as a mayor only, or was it passed by the city council?
Mayor, just me.
Just you, okay.
Yeah.
So basically we are doing the same thing on the council front, basically.
Right.
It's nothing different than that. There are no commitments. It's just a showing support from the city council. Yes. Who will not like to have a FIFA in their city? I know there are complications, but those can be solved. And there are some, probably there are some matters to be discussed in closed door for security and public safety. There are so many other things to be solved. But this resolution as such is just as showing action that, yes, council, city government is supporting this event. All the modalities will come forward and should be sorted out. And FIFA is not holding this event for the first time in the world. They have held this event, I don't know which event is this, multiple times. And all the municipalities probably have agreed to whatever their standard terms and conditions are, basically. And I'm not even going there. I'm just talking that for a relevance only. That this is not unique to city of Santa Clara. If city of Seattle gets it, they will also do the same thing. If city of Los Angeles gets it, they will do the same thing. Nothing unique about us. Only thing is, this is just a support letter to support economic development in our area, to support the economic development with the hotels and all these restaurants badly need going forward. They need this event. And our youth, if this event holds over there, it gives us so much impact to the sports in the area as such for the next generation. So I would say I would fully support this motion. And instead of putting some roadblocks right now that, oh, we will not support this thing, I don't think that makes sense. I will 100% fully support this motion to go forward. Thank you.
City manager, you had something to say before I continue?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, you are correct, Vice Mayor Chahal. In fact, we used the mayor's letter that she sent, and it was on the first slide as the template for the resolution, so that we were aligned to previous messages, as well as we stated that now is the opportunity for the full council to affirm its position, which is obviously a good thing. No one is denying that. And I do not want for the pending issues and obligations to be confused as roadblocks or barriers. And I know I'm not certain that that was directed at the administration, but the issue of the conflict of interest is serious. And I'm just noting it because it will entail a lot of work and review on the city attorney's office to sort through it so that it can suggest to the council how to navigate and mitigate conflicts. And so I'm putting it out there. Sue and I have tried on many occasions leading to this resolution to have someone listen to us in terms of here's what we're identifying. And so it's important from a transparency standpoint that this is a major issue that needs to be resolved before the city attorney's office can advise further.
Okay, thank you. Any council members that haven't spoken?
I have to clarify my motion. I made a very big mistake. I accidentally said 2022. My apologies. It was supposed to say motion to adopt the draft resolution to show our support for the 2026 FIFA World Cup coming to Santa Clara and Levi Stadium. And let me add a note onto that is that I have received every one of those letters that were from the hotels and all the restaurants here in Santa Clara that want to support this. I am proud to support this because of that, because we need to get our economy going again.
Yeah, 2022, it's in Qatar, so it's not going to be, it's in a very warm place.
Long year.
Anyone else that from the council? City clerk?
Yeah, I want to speak on like in my capacity as a city clerk and enforcing the lobbyist ordinance. And I wanted to bring it to the attention of the council, who probably have seen this, as many members of the community have seen, that we do have a potential lobbyist violation here with this specific action, with the posts in the on Facebook from a new group called Santa Clara Now. This group is actually in the petition letter that many of you have received from the kind of the online petition. It stated that that it's paid for by Jed York and affiliated entities, including the 49ers Football Company. To date, that that petition would qualify under our lobbyist ordinance. Our lobbyist ordinance, one of the 3 categories of our lobbyist ordinance are expenditure lobbyists. Expenditure lobbyists are those who spend $5,000 or more to influence the council to lobby the council to make a specific decision. In this instance, they have spent at least $20,000 by promoting the Santa Clara Now posts, requesting community members to email the city council to request support of this resolution. It was also shocking that the ad was initially published on January 13th that requested community members to email the council to support this resolution, when on January 13th, there would have been no way for anybody in the public to know that there was a resolution coming in the first place. So we are taking actions. Jed York is not a registered lobbyist with the city of Santa Clara, but he has paid at least $20,000 to lobby on this specific issue. So I wanted to bring that because council members referenced letters that were coming in that came in through that $20,000 at least that were spent in lobbying the council for this issue.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members that haven't spoken? I just want to say that as a soccer mom, well, a former soccer mom, the kids are older now, from a soccer family, I love the idea of the World Cup coming to the Bay Area. In fact, both the men's and women's World Cup that has come in the past, I've gone to every game that's been here. As mayor, I love the idea of the World Cup coming to the Bay Area and Levi Stadium. I really do. And as mayor, I love the idea of the tourists spending money in our city and Santa Clara being reimbursed for all of our expenses. That's a requirement of Measure J that was passed in 2010. And so Santa Clara is unique, and we do get paid in 2 ways: by getting our expenses reimbursed and by the people spending money in our city, in our restaurants and our hotels and everywhere else. Other cities aren't so lucky, and they will likely pick up the expenses of this as they have in the past. We've had at least 2 big events, one super big event, which was the Super Bowl in 2016. And we had a very, very similar situation where the city of Santa Clara has done something that other cities haven't done. We did this with Super Bowl. We did this with the college championships, and we're going to do it with World Cup, is that we negotiated to get our expenses paid. So we are very unique, unlike these other cities who have lost millions of dollars. In fact, I pulled up an old article today because I was very proud of what we have done. When we hosted Super Bowl, there was an article in the San Jose Business Journal talking about after the Super Bowl, it said the city of San Francisco they paid about almost $5 million to host the celebration week that led up to Super Bowl 50. Well, Santa Clara, which actually hosted the game, saw all of its hosting costs covered by the NFL's host committee. So we talk about host committees. says, according to the assistant city manager, the city of Santa Clara had reached an agreement with the host committee to reimburse all city expenses associated with hosting Super Bowl 50, including public safety services, fire, and emergency medical services. In contrast, San Francisco's price tag, which had ballooned from $4 million only a week before the Super Bowl report was released in mid-January, had officials crying foul almost immediately. Supervisor John Avalos told San Francisco Examiner that the city's taxpayers were badly represented in negotiating the week-long Super Bowl 50 festivities. Quote, "The city got a bad deal. It's a huge subsidy for the NFL. Santa Clara got a good deal. They were smart. They called for economic impact before going into an agreement with the NFL and the host committee." So I think that that's, you know, the position we took there, the position we took in the college championship. At the end of the day, San Francisco, San Jose, they all lost money. We didn't. We got our expenses reimbursed, and we hosted a fabulous event in Super Bowl 50. And that was just one game. It's my understanding that World Cup may be more than one game, meaning more than one set of expenses. So there's a host of things. I'm happy to support this resolution. I think it's consistent with the letter that I wrote back when. It doesn't commit us or obligate us to any financial situations, but we have to deal with whatever the Santa Clara bid, or I think in the major bid thing, they call it the San Francisco bid, whatever that bid's going to be. You know, we have to be involved like we were with Super Bowl, because somebody that needs to represent the city of Santa Clara and the Stadium Authority has to negotiate with the host committee. And we can't have Al Guido negotiating with Al Guido. So there's an issue there. So I'm hoping that those of you like Councilmember Hardy and Councilmember Tahal will find out for us, you know, what the situation is going on there going forward, and you know, report back to us that, you know, we can't have this conflict, and you know, moving forward, I'm happy to move forward, but we have to have some specifics. But I think bottom line, I think it's great for Santa Clara. We've already set the bar high that our citizens aren't going to be paying for this worldwide event, but we will benefit from it in many, many ways. So, all right, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I want to say that on the day when the United States women's national team soccer team and U.S. Soccer settled the dispute on equal pay, which gives the women and men's national teams equal pay rate in all friendly and tournaments, including the World Cup, I think it's fitting and proper that we have a resolution supporting the World Cup in the future, where both the men and the women's teams will have equal pay. And as a father of a little girl who is just starting soccer, or chuku as we call it in Korea, I'm very excited to see what the future holds, and I would like to call for the vote.
We have a few to go through before that happens. Who else hasn't spoken? Okay, I'm going to, Councilmember Watanabe, you spoke already. Okay, I'm going to the public. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this resolution? On-car bridges?
My apologies, I'm using a different account. This is Herbier. I apologize. I should have changed the name. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak, and Council. First of all, I am very strongly in favor of us filing, you know, this resolution and letting the FIFA, you know, organization know that Santa Clara is interested in, you know, pursuing and applying for this, the World Cup to be hosted here. And there are two separate things. I think one is letting them know we're interested, which doesn't say we're committed. It just says that we're interested, so we're able to be part of the process. And the second part is that if we have issues that need to be dealt with, then we should start working on those in parallel to resolve any issues, because this is going to be so great for our city in terms of economics. We've learned so much through the Super Bowl, and it's such an awesome asset that we have. And if we had our CBB in place, we would be further along. As Councilmember Watanabe said, that there are things that we should be knowing by now. Well, the truth is, I'm glad that, one of our council members did bring it up, but truthfully, that's what CBB would have been doing right now. And I'm glad that the city manager clarified that this is only confirming that we have interest. But I would highly recommend that the city prioritize this, because we should get the balls rolling in clarifying any kind of issues and getting all these conflicts of interest, if there are any, sorted out and get the process going. And finally, just to comment on the last item 7, I had my hand raised and I gave benefit of the doubt that I didn't get noticed the first time. But when the resolution or the motion was changed and the clerk said there are people waiting to make comments, then Raj Chahal said that there are people waiting to make comments. I didn't get not the opportunity to even ask and say my comment, when in the past that has been done numerous times. So that was really unfair.
Bob, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. Bob O'Keefe, longtime resident or lifelong resident of the city of Santa Clara. First of all, I'd like to state that I fully support what FIFA can do for the city of Santa Clara, but I'm concerned why we're at this meeting this evening. I'm very glad that the city clerk mentioned a Facebook page or an advertisement that popped up on Santa Clara Now. I saw one of those ads on Facebook within the last week. And at the bottom of it, it says, paid for by John Edward Jed York and affiliated entities, including the 49ers Football Company, LLC. That and the issue of Al Guido wearing many hats here, president of the 49ers, president of this host committee. The city attorney, assistant city attorney, has said that, there is some conflict of interest there. But getting back to paid for by Jed York, I saw that somewhere before, actually in the last election. And the finance committee that did the expenditures for several of our council members, I looked it up, and it is with the state of California, their filing number is 1432043, and it is paid by John Edward Jed York and affiliated entities, including 49ers Football Company, LLC. Remember, Jed York spent over $3 million to appoint or get some of our council members elected. And 4 of our council members support this, came out and supported it already. I want to know why and how they can support it when it's never been brought in front of the council before. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this issue? Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I just want to say that, we definitely need this event to happen, but yeah, we have to be well guarded for the city's sake. We've lost so much money with all these empty buildings that are just close to my area here on the north side of Santa Clara, the retail, industrial. And I can see where we're going to need more events. Of course, the curfew is an issue that I promised people that there would be a certain time frame to where a lot of these events would stop before it could cause a problem with people that need to go to work the next day. And I hope that comes into consideration too. We do need more events coming up in the future, and we do have to be well guarded. And I'm hoping we'll get an attorney that knows what they're doing for the city of Santa Clara, so that can help guard taxpayers of the city of Santa Clara from any expenses that should be paid by somebody else that's making money on these events, hotels, owners of the football teams or restaurants. And I, of course, look forward to this related project. I guess it's April 1st is going to be the groundbreaking. Thank you very much.
Not sure about that, but thank you. Thank you, Edward. Anybody else from the public? City clerk. Assistant City Clerk, do we have any e-comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have e-comments and just a few public comments,
Okay.
emails. First
right.
one is from Susan Hinton, states the following: though we, the citizens of the city of Santa Clara, undoubtedly support bringing the World Cup to Santa Clara, the city should be properly reimbursed. Also, we citizens of the city of Santa Clara would like for the city council to fulfill its other non-stadium obligations in a timely fashion. Be no mistake, if the council cannot fulfill regular non-stadium business obligations, everyone will take note. End of comment. And we have Snehal Adodra says, we live in Santa Clara County and would like FIFA World Cup to come to Levi Stadium. Thank you. Our next one is from Margaret Orozco. The Santa Clara, oh, I'm sorry, this is on a different topic. Gunwat Bhatia says, I live in the north side. I would like to have my comment added in favor of having the World Cup come to Santa Clara. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you again, Mayor. And I just want to state for the record that I love sports, and I would have no problem with FIFA coming to Santa Clara. However, I just want to get it on the record that I have concerns. And I'm glad that Mr. O'Keefe brought up the fact that there were 4 council members that have already publicly are showing their support for this event coming to Santa Clara. And what troubles me is how back in November, Councilmember Hardy stated emphatically that before we made a decision, and these are her words, she says, I think we need to make a decision as a council if we are going to publicly support this or not. So all that is placed on a future agenda so we can have discussions. Well, that was back in November. And before we've even had this discussion tonight, 4 of our council members' faces are a part of the Bay Area Host Committee website. So that, I don't know why we even need a resolution, because we already have a council majority that have basically said that they support FIFA coming to Santa Clara. And as I already stated, that I do have concerns because number one, the management agreement, we terminated the management agreement. This is a non-NFL event. So there is no management agreement as of September 2019. And it's been called out that Al Guido has several conflicts of interest here. And I wonder if he has informed FIFA that he has these conflicts of interest. And just as a point, one of the cities that was considering being a host city, Chicago, pulled out of the bidding because due to concerns for taxpayers after FIFA didn't negotiate. So I just want to get that on the record. I want to see the economy of Santa Clara grow. I want to see us get through this pandemic. I want to see us have be economically sustainable, but I want to make sure that we're doing it the right way, and that I will support this motion. But you better believe that I'm going to be looking at this through with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that Santa Clara is protected. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask, I'm supporting the motion. I'm all in favor of it, especially because it doesn't include our financial, any type of financial assistance. I'm wondering who made the motion? I can't remember. Who was it?
Councilmember Becker.
Councilmember Becker, I would like to, I know it's mentioned in there, but can we attach just a copy of Measure J to the resolution? Is that okay with you, a maker of the motion? Councilmember Becker, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Okay. Is that
I,
okay?
yeah, sure. I don't know why it would be a problem, but I mean, no, you know what? No, I don't want to attach one. Sorry.
What?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. It's mentioned in the resolution. So in case they don't know what it is. Councilmember Becker.
Sure, fine. Attach it. That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
The
So
second concurs.
oh, thank you very much, Councilmember Hardy. So I think one of the speakers said that we should do things, you know, get the issues worked out. And I think it's important that we get the issue worked out on the conflict of interest issue. So I know that there are several council members that talk to the 49ers and Manco more than some of us do. So since Councilmember Hardy brought this forward, and I guess Councilmember Chahal, you were her backup for her presentation. I guess you didn't even know about that. But could you work with the 49ers to help us deal with the conflicts of interest and report back to us like ASAP? And I'll tell you why that's important, because if Santa Clara, I haven't seen the bid, the public hasn't seen the bid, no one's, unless you've seen the bid. I don't know, have any of you seen the bid for Santa Clara? Any council member seen the bid? Hello, anybody? No? Yes?
If you want me to explain, I heard the presentation that was given to FIFA. That's what we heard.
Did you? Okay, have you seen the Santa Clara bid for our?
No, of course not, because we have not been chosen. This is just a resolution saying we are excited about the idea.
Councilmember Hardy, in order for us to be chosen, there has to be a bid. You don't negotiate it afterwards, you do it ahead of time. So, okay, so obviously, I don't know what you've seen, but our negotiations, if we get the bid, which I hope we do, our negotiations with the host committee, we have to know who is representing the stadium authority and the city. Who are we going to have representing us in those negotiations? Because it has to be an individual or group that just does not have a conflict of interest. I know everybody understands that. So I'm hoping that maybe Councilmember Hardy and Councilmember Chahal, you can report back to us on that issue, because you might get answers before our city staff does. I'm wondering if you would volunteer to do that for us. Councilmember Chahal?
Let me respond to that. Do you want us to do the legal work on behalf of the city?
I didn't ask that.
Yeah, today you are asking us to find out about the conflict of interest. Tomorrow you will give us another duty to what do you do this thing. As a council member, am I supposed to do this thing? No, I'm not. You clearly asked the city manager. I'm not even supposed to talk about this thing with any of our developers or any of our entities, basically. So how can you delegate this authority of city to Councilmember Chahal and Councilmember Hardy, or for that matter, any council member?
I was just asking if you'd volunteer, since you have regular meetings.
I cannot volunteer.
Talking about World Cup.
Legally, I cannot volunteer. I cannot interfere with the judicial process of the city. Maybe Assistant City Attorney Sue can reflect on that, whether I'm in the right place to talk about this thing with them as a council member. I would like to hear that.
Okay. I take that you will not volunteer. Okay.
It's not a question of volunteer, Madam Mayor. It's not a question of volunteer. I know you whatever suits you, you do that.
Excuse me, it's not personal.
Now you're not ready to listen to me. You can allege anything against us, but when we talk about your policies, then you are not ready to listen to that, right?
I don't know what you mean, but
I mean what I'm saying. If I tell you to do something, then you will say, no, this is not under my purview.
All right.
And when I'm telling you this is not under my purview, then you're saying, oh, you're not volunteering. You will not do that. You will not do that. Right.
Okay, Councilmember Becker?
Just a point of order. Can we call a vote, please?
Yes, okay. Is there any other council member who hasn't spoken that would like to speak? Okay. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Okay, I'd like to just clarify for the maker of the motion. Motion is to adopt the draft resolution in support of the FIFA event in 2026 with Measure J attached for reference. Is that accurate? Okay,
That is, sorry.
thank you.
Okay.
For a clarification, can I get a clarification from Sue about what I was talking about?
Do you really want me to talk about this, Councilmember Chahal?
If you
At this
think-
point, the motion's about to be
You have a
called.
motion
No,
and a
if you
second.
think appropriate, because
I don't
Mayor-
think it's appropriate at this point. That we have a
Okay.
motion that's about to be
Thank,
called.
thank you.
Sorry, now I got really confused with the motion here. Okay, Nora, the motion is to adopt resolution to show our support for the 2026 FIFA World Cup coming to Santa Clara and Levi Stadium and attaching a copy of Measure J.
Yes, that's what I
Okay,
said.
cool. I just want to make sure.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes 6 with 1 absent. All right, next we have reports of members and special committees. Do we have any reports of members and special committees? Okay, seeing none. City manager, executive director report.
Nothing to report out.
Thank you, which leads us to our adjournment. So I'd like to ask the council that we adjourn the February 22nd, 2022 City Council and Stadium Authority meeting in memory of the following individuals. Jean Kirby, Santa Clara resident and former Great America Theme Park and North Valley Baptist School employee. Jean Magling Kirby was born June 7th, 1971 in Bagna, Malolos, Bulacan, the Philippines, to Virgilio and Corazon Magaling. She was the oldest of 4 sisters, Alma, Catherine, and Connie. Although the family didn't have much materially, her parents instilled a great love of family and a strong work ethic that would serve Jean well throughout her life. Jean graduated with the Bachelor of Science in Commerce. Jean immigrated to the United States in 1991, where she met her husband, William, and they were married on May 13th, 1995. Jean became a naturalized U.S. citizen in 2006. Jean was a devoted member of the North Valley Baptist Church, where she served in the church nursery and was a faithful choir member. In whatever capacity she could serve, she did so with all her heart. Jean worked as a staff accountant at Great America Theme Park for 17 years before becoming a staff member at North Valley Baptist Schools in Santa Clara. Jean's heart was immediately knitted to the school, to students and its faculty, and one of her greatest joys was working alongside North Valley Baptist School staff. Jean will always be remembered by her friends and family for her warm smile and sweet spirit, always ready to lend a helping hand. Jean lost a courageous 15-year battle to cancer and passed away on January 11th, 2022. Jean is survived by her husband, William, and her children, Lauren Nicole, Jessica Lynn, and Ethan Michael. The second adjournment I'd like is in memory of Morgan Shallow. Morgan was born in Reno, Nevada on August 20th, 1977. He grew up in North Highlands, a suburb of Sacramento. As a child, he had a rat terrier dog named Reno that was mean to everyone but him and his mom and dad. He always was a fun-loving kid and also a husband and a father. Morgan was always a protector of his family, and a lot of people looked up to him. Morgan was a positive role model in the community of Santa Clara and the city of Santa Clara, and to all his biological children and stepchildren. He loved to collect rocks and travel and ride bikes and loved laughing. He had a love for nature and animals. He liked to read a lot of books and he was into meditating. Morgan always made goals to be a better person and learn more in his career. Morgan was loved by his wife, children, and friends. Morgan will be deeply missed and his memories will always be in our hearts and live on. Morgan made an imprint on every life he came in contact with. Morgan will live on through his children and stepchildren that he molded in an image, like an image of himself. Morgan is survived by his loving wife, Christina Shalou, and children, Allie, Wesley, Dylan, Cameron, and Brandon. And our hearts and prayers go out to his family and everyone that he touched in the city of Santa Clara.
A motion.
No, I'm not done.
Oh, sorry.
The next, I think Councilmember Chahal, you wanted to read. You asked to read.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. So I'll request today to adjourn in memory of Gary K. Gama, Santa Clara resident and a former Santa Clara Cultural Commissioner member. Gary K. Gama was born on September 18th, 1934 in Walla Walla, Washington, to Edward and Lorna Roach. She was the oldest of three siblings, William, David, and Jackman. In 1953, Jerry, along with her mother and siblings, moved to Santa Clara. Jerry and her husband, Ray, were married on April 17, 1954. Jerry was a lifetime member of Santa Clara American Legion Auxiliary, a member of Santa Clara Women's Club, the Cupertino Women's Club, Santa Clara Sister Cities, and served as a member of City of Santa Clara Cultural Commission. She and her family constantly supplied for fundraisers for Santa Clara Sister City, the famous Portuguese beans. Jerry has touched everyone's life in a positive way and will be missed by her, all who knew her. Her husband, Ray, sums it up by saying that she was an extraordinary person and should be awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for putting up with him for 68 years, 10 months, and 29 days. Jerry passed away on Wednesday, February 16, 2022. Jerry is survived by her husband, Ray, two sons, Richard, Martin, and Raymond Craig, a retired City of Santa Clara fire inspector, daughter-in-law Tammy, and three granddaughters, Tiffany, Brianna, and Haley. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask the council adjourn in memory of Jean, Morgan, and Jerry.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Oh,
Nora, I'm
Councilmember
still
Hardy.
here.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Councilmember Hardy. Thank you. And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes 6 with 1 absent. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Good evening, everyone.